Good morning, good morning, good morning, scavengers. Hello, this is James, and welcome to the Storage Scavenger. Hope y'all are having a fantastic weekend. I hope y'all had a great Thanksgiving. We are here. We're going to have a hangout and chat. There's a lot of auctions going on. There's a lot of stuff going on, but I invited some of my favorite resellers from YouTube to come by, hang out, chat, and talk about sourcing, talk about reselling, and talk about whatever we want to talk about today. So hello. Thank y'all for coming by. And Cha-Cha, first one in the chat today. Thank you for coming. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Peter, thank you for coming. Where is it? There it is. Hope you're having a great day. Thank you for joining us today. And Miss Kathy, hello. Hope y'all are having a great day. Thank y'all for coming by. I just thought I'd play around there for a minute. No, this is not an auction. We're just having fun, hanging out. Jessica may be in and out. Give me some relief here every once in a while. But our nurse, we had some disturbing news. Our nurse is having some issues at home, and one of our nurses is, and unfortunately, we are going to be losing one of our nurses for Emily, and she is not going to be here this weekend, which means we didn't have a nurse. We found out at the last minute, and they just holiday weekend, they were not able to get a substitute nurse in. Hello, Donna. So Jessica's got her hands full with Emily and Jesse at the moment. So she's going to try to join us. She's actually laying them down, trying to get them to take a nap. So she might be in and out. We might swap out a couple of times as we go through. That was part of why we did discuss, potentially just canceling this, but we've been telling people about it for like 2 weeks, and we decided, we've been telling people for 2 weeks we were going to do this. Let's go ahead and go do it. So basically what I did was, and I sent out a bunch of emails yesterday and this morning to a bunch of my favorite YouTube resellers and invited them to join us. So some people may be joining us here on the live stream as we go. Some of them I know were busy with Donna's auction and T's auction. And some of them said that they would come by when they had time. But we thought we would just hang out and give people a place to get away from all the auctions and all the craziness going on this week and just kind of hang out, chat, talk about some of the stuff that we find, talk about some of our favorite ways of sourcing. Part of it's part of the reason I honestly wanted to invite other resellers to come and chat about it is because I'm always trying to learn how to source better, how to find better stuff for our resale, for our auctions, for our eBay store. And so I'm always listening to other people and learning. So I wanted to chat with other people about, what we can look for or what kind of stuff to look for and how to look for it and all that kind of stuff. So hope y'all are having a fantastic day. Thank you for joining us, Donna. Hope you're having a great weekend. And so, our favorite way of sourcing, of course, is the storage auctions. And we love storage auctions. I love doing the storage units. Hello, Adrian. Thank you for coming by. Hope you're having a great weekend. So, we love doing storage auctions. I love getting in there, but it's a lot of hard work. And honestly, with Emily and with the way things have been going this year with everything, it's just not as feasible for us to do storage auctions as much as we were the way we were doing them. So we're always looking at new ways and learning more about, we've done some thrifting, but have mediocre success with our thrifting finds. Honestly, bang for the buck storage units has been, our bread and butter. And that's where, if we buy a storage unit for, $100 and we get, a ton of stuff, some of it gets donated, some of it we can't resell, but enough of it is resellable that we usually at least double, triple, quadruple our money on the units. And that's what I'm looking at, trying to make at least 3 to 4 times what I spend on a unit in what I make off of the unit when I'm looking for a unit. And looking at, just trying to look at what kind of stuff that we see in these units. And I've gotten some really great deals. I've found some units that went dirt cheap that wound up being really fantastic units. And I've had some units that I paid way more than they were worth for. So I hope everybody's having a great day. Adrian, hope y'all had a fantastic turkey day. I spent all day Wednesday babysitting my smoker. We smoked a turkey, smoked up a brisket, smoked up some pork tenderloins, and we took all that extra meat, threw it in the freezer, had the turkey for Thanksgiving dinner. Just me, Jessica, and the kids. We didn't have anybody over. We didn't have a big, huge holiday celebration this year, mainly just with everything going on. We didn't feel comfortable getting out and about and going and being around other people too much. So we didn't really do much this year. And I'm perfectly fine with that anyway, because, I tell people all the time, if it wasn't for YouTube, I'd be a hermit. I would just, stay home all the time anyway. So nobody's joined me yet. So I did send out some emails and some Facebook messages to some of my friends. What did Jess get yesterday? She did a little bit of stuff. She got some clothes for the kids. She got some stuff for me that I don't know what it is yet, because she hid it away as soon as she came in the door. And she got some toys for Jesse. And that's about what I know. We did pull out some of our Christmas decorations. We went through some of our Christmas stuff that we had in storage that we haven't sold yet, and she picked out some more stuff she decided she wanted to keep. And then we also went through some more Christmas stuff and started pulling out our Christmas stuff from our storage and started decorating the house. But we had a long way to go to get all that done. And it was raining. It's been raining since yesterday afternoon, so we haven't been able to get everything done. Yes, she's hiding stuff from me. And then one of our nurses has called off, so we weren't able to get a nurse for this weekend. So we've had our hands full with Emily as well. So things have not kind of gone according to plan, but we're just making the best of it, and we're going to continue moving forward with what we have. I know a lot of people are busy. There's a lot of auctions. There's like 5 auctions going on right now that I know of, as well as several other live streams and other people hanging out today. So thank you guys for coming and hanging out with us. We do appreciate it. Yeah, that's what Jessica does. Like, our birthdays were the last week, and like 2 weeks before, she's like, "Oh, I got your birthday present. Here you go." And I'm like, "It's not my birthday yet. I'll open it on my birthday." And she kept bugging me to open my birthday present beforehand. And it's the same way with Christmas. She's already got Christmas, and she's like, "Do you want it? Do you want it?" And I'm like, "It's not Christmas yet." So some people just don't have the patience to wait. Me, I can let it wait. I mean, hey, I have my brother's Christmas presents from last year, because we were supposed to see them in January last year, because we were going to see one of Emily's doctors, and then Jessica got sick, and we wound up having to cancel and reschedule, and then COVID broke out, and so everything got crazy. We just delivered his Christmas presents from last year like a month and a half ago when we went up to Dallas for one of Emily's doctor's appointments. But for me, I'm like, I can hold on to it forever and not tell anybody what it is. Heck, Jessica didn't even know I had her birthday present, and it was sitting here in my room for like 3 months. It's me. I'm not that big on, I would much rather give gifts than receive them anyway. So when people are giving me gifts, it's like, I appreciate it, but I much rather be giving than receiving myself. So I find more joy in giving things away than in getting them for myself. Maybe I'm weird. I don't know. That's just the way I am. So as y'all can see, I've been working on the background, still not done. I still don't have it the way I like it, but it's really just a sheet with some Christmas lights hung up along the top to kind of give it a little bit of a glow back there. Still working on lining it out just the way I want it and trying to get it set up. I need another sheet because it didn't go quite long enough to cover my entire background. As you can see, the wall over there, it goes right up to the edge of the bookcase on that side. So I'm working on it still, but it is making some progress. I think it looks a lot better. We were getting too much glare from that wall behind me and the plain wood paneling. So it's still a work in progress, but we're continuing to move forward with it. And, one of the things that I wanted to discuss, picking up a shelf today. Yeah, that's cool. I have several shelves. I've got several in my storage that I'm trying to work my way to, and I've actually thought about putting one over here behind me to put some little display stuff on, just to kind of showcase stuff for my live streams, and just to break up the monotony of the background behind me. My Bah Humbug coffee mug. But we've been looking at trying to do some more storage units. The prices have come down tremendously in the last month or so, finally, because for the longest time there weren't any available, and then once they did become available, the prices were just astronomical. Units that we used to pick up for 10, 15, 20 bucks at live auctions, all of a sudden are going for like hundreds, or sometime even close to the thousands of dollars for units that just aren't worth that much. And, we couldn't afford to lose money just for the sake of having a unit. And so, I'm really wanting to get back into cleaning out more storage units and having more stuff to show off that we find. But it just hasn't been feasible. But here in the last couple of months, we've picked up a few. And we've had some really good finds, and they've been better units than some of the ones we were buying before. We're constantly improving how we buy our units, and we found some better stuff. Still working on some of the big stuff, the furniture, and trying to get some of it moved. But we've got, a bunch of the shoes. We've already sold a few of the shoes. We got some of them listed on eBay right now. We've got some already sold. We've got some more to sort through still. And I found another tub. I found a tub of shoes that I pulled out of a unit like almost a year ago, but it kind of got buried in my storage, and I finally got to it this week. So I have a whole nother tub of shoes to add on top of the shoes that we just got out of that massive shoe unit that we just did. And some of these are pretty nice shoes, and some of them are kind of trash. So we're going to have to go through them and figure out if they're in good shape or not. But there's like some Nike Air Force Ones in there, which are really nice shoes. And we're looking at them to see, make sure that there's no holes or anything in them. I didn't see any when I was looking at them yesterday, but we're sorting through those. And we've got, there's sandals. There's everything from boots to sandals, men's shoes, women's shoes, different sizes. So we have a little bit more variety than what we got out of this last unit. So picking up a shelf. So what is everybody else up to today? You want to leave me a comment down in the chat. Let me know what y'all are up to this weekend. What are y'all excited about coming into the holiday season? We are now just a few days away. Well, just couple of weeks away from Christmas, and the great news is we're almost done with 2020. This year has been so crazy for so many people, and it's almost over. So we're hoping to look forward to 2021 being a much better year. than 2020 has been. It's been a fantastic year in some ways for some people. I mean, look at Adrienne. She's blown up her YouTube channel from scratch in just a couple of months. I think, the lockdowns and the things that are going on with that has been a huge part of some of the channels I've seen that have really blown up this year on YouTube. It's been because of COVID, and everything that's gone on this year has caused more people to consume content online. So that's one of the things we're looking at. Is we're looking forward to possibly more people shutting down again, coming into the holiday season and into going into the new year with the flu season coming on. We're really trying to ramp up our content production and improve our production value and improving a lot of things that we're doing, and hoping to get some better videos out and do more videos. And we're working on trying to do some exciting things. We're also making some pivots in how we're doing our content, basically looking at trying to bring in more people into the community and trying to do some things to kind of broaden our reach on how we're doing things. So that's part of why I wanted to talk to people about sourcing as well, because I'm looking at doing some different types of sourcing besides just storage units. We're looking into doing some dumpster diving. We're looking at doing more thrifting, more yard sales, and just trying to get out there and find other ways to source that we haven't thought of before, and things that we haven't done before, and what kind of stuff to look for. Because like when I go to a thrift store, when I go to a storage unit, I buy the unit based on what I can see, but I get what I get. And when I'm thrifting, though, it's different, because you're trying to look for specific things. But sometimes when you don't have a base knowledge of the value of some of the stuff that you're looking at, you may be working past a gold mine and not even realize it. And the stuff that you think is the best looking stuff in the store may be not worth anything. That's one of the problems I've always had with thrifting, is it's hit or miss. It's either hit really big or it's a total miss. And then I sit on it for months and then wind up almost giving it away for less than what I paid for it, just to get it out of my inventory. So that's been my experience with thrifting. It's hit or miss. I've had some really great finds in the thrift stores. I had some Nikes that we did a full video series on. We picked them up, sold them, and shipped them all within 3 days. We did actually a 3-part video series on that pair of shoes, from the time I thrifted them, showed me listing them, showed me selling them and packing them and shipping them off. And we did that all in 3 days. I picked them up on like Wednesday. They sold on Thursday, and we shipped them out on Friday. That was last year, right after Christmas. And then we had some pictures. We had a picture that we found that was a rare picture from a artist who had recently passed away, and we wound up flipping it. We picked it up for $12 at the Goodwill and sold it for like $100 overnight. Literally, I listed it the day I bought it, and the next morning it was already sold for full asking price. And I probably undersold it for $100. I was happy with it. I thought it was a good profit margin for me, considering, you pay 12, you sell it for 100 in less than 24 hours. I thought it was a great deal for me, but a lot of people told me that I undersold it. I probably could have sold it for a lot more. And the way I comp like pictures, prints, things like that, I look at comps. One of the things that I did, like with that one, I found the artist's personal website where they were selling that artist prints. And so I listed it priced based off of what they were selling prints for on their own website. And it sold within a matter of hours. So really, I mean, I bought it that day. I sold it less than 24 hours after I bought it. But honestly, by the time I listed it and everything, it was less than 12 hours after I listed it. It was already sold. So that was exciting. It was cool find, but it's kind of a rare exception to the rule with our thrifting finds. We don't always sell our thrifts that way. In fact, it's been very rare. It's only been a couple of times that we've had a really, really big turnover on a thrift like that. Most of the time, it's like, maybe I buy some t-shirts for $3 or $4 and maybe I sell them for 10 to 15. It's small wins, but they're wins. And sometimes, that $15, it might have taken me 2 or 3 months to make that sale versus, some of them sell overnight. So, that's kind of things. I think some people here on YouTube kind of focus on the big wins. So they don't really tell people, this took me 3 months. This took me 4 months. Hey, you know what? This is the margins that we had on buying and actually selling this stuff. And then you also have to look at, when we're running a business, we have a lot of expenses other than just what it costs us to source. We have the transportation and the vehicles, the storage to store all this stuff, all the materials that we need, our packing supplies, which some people incorporate that into the cost of their shipping by putting a handling fee on. But some people, we don't add a handling fee to our shipping. So it's whatever it's sold for, plus, the cost of shipping, and the shipping cost that we charge is basically what it costs us to ship. So we have to pay for that packing material out of the profit margin of what we bought. And so that's something that a lot of people getting into the business don't pay attention to, is those additional costs that aren't really brought up. Like when we do storage units, sometimes we have to do a dump run. Well, it's $90 minimum for me to take a load to the dump. And that's the minimum. If I have mattresses, it's an additional $40 fee per mattress. Now, if you think about it, a normal bed has two. You have the box spring and you have the mattress, and they count each one as an individual mattress at the dump. So I have to pay for a minimum of 2 mattresses if I have a bed that I have to dump. We try to, I try to stay away from units with beds in them because of that. But every once in a while we get them, and sometimes they're not in good enough shape to resell. Sometimes they are. I've had some good sales of mattresses, but I always make sure that they're clean, they're not stained up, they're not torn up, they're in good condition. I like it when they're packed, like they put the mattress covers on them when they put them in storage. That's usually a good sign, but that doesn't always necessarily mean that it's going to be resellable. But that's a good place to start. So when we're looking at storage units with furniture, we bought storage units based on the furniture, and then we got in and found out that the furniture wasn't what it looked like in the pictures. Hey, Paul, hope you're having a great day. Thanks for joining us. We are having a great weekend. We're just kind of talking about sourcing and some of the things we look at, some of the things that we're looking for, some of the ideas we've had about sourcing. We'd like to do some wholesale deals, and Jessica and I've talked about possibly buying some pallets and doing some pallet flips. One of the pallet places is it's in Garland, which is just outside of Dallas. It's about a 4-hour drive away, but I figure if we drive the 4 hours and drive back with my trailer load, I can probably do that for cheaper than paying for them to ship it freight to me. So we thought about doing that. Maybe buying some pallets and trying that out as well. And we're thinking about doing dumpster diving, doing more thrifting, but trying to learn. I'm trying to learn more about how to do better with my thrifting. Again, we've had some hits and we've had some misses with thrifting. So, and yard sales. Jessica loves yard sales. Me, I'm about bored about 3 seconds after I hit a yard sale myself, usually. I haven't really had any big scores. Jessica has. She had some really good stuff that we found at some yard sales, and some of which we sold at auctions right here on our channel that actually made us quite a bit of money because she got some really, really great deals. One of the things we look for at yard sales now is costume jewelry. There's a lot of people that are selling costume jewelry, just giving it away. I mean, we got like a 20-pound bag of costume jewelry for like $10. And I mean, like literally over 100 pieces in that bag. I mean, it was just humongous. There was just a ton of stuff. And we were selling them for like $2-3 a piece, but we had so much volume that we were able to sell it individual pieces through our auctions right here on our channel. selling them sometimes $2, $3, $4, $5 a piece, but it all adds up. And when you only paid $10 for the whole lot, that's a really good deal. So if you're looking at sourcing, that's one of the things I would recommend looking for is those jewelry buys. Ever think of buying Goodwill pallets? I've heard about it, but I haven't really seen it yet. I haven't looked into it too much. We do have a Ben's in Austin, but I haven't been there in a long time. The last time I went there wasn't a very pleasurable experience. We didn't really find very much good stuff, and most of it is stuff I'm still like. Some of it's stuff I turned around and gave it right back to Goodwill because it never sold. But as far as their pallets, I have not done any of their pallets yet. I've heard of it, but I've also heard that they're really hit or miss. I've seen some people that have bought some that had some really, really great finds in them. And I've seen some people that have got some that it was just all junk and they wound up losing money because there was nothing resellable in them. So, that it's the hit or miss, and you're taking a gamble. And that's even when I'm buying storage units, I don't gamble on units. There's some people that's where, some of the other bigger channels, especially, they have more room in their budget. They're monetized on YouTube. They've got ad revenue coming in. They can compensate for some of it, but I'm not in a position right now to lose money on a unit. So I don't buy a unit unless I can guarantee you by looking at the unit, I can at least make my money back. And usually I can at least double, triple, or quadruple my money. I'm looking to triple or quadruple, but I at least double my money on a unit when I buy it. But with the pallets, you don't know what's in them. You can't see them. And that's the concern with doing pallet flips, with doing Goodwill pallets or doing the other pallets that we've seen, is it's a total gamble. And we really are not in a position right now to be able to gamble and lose. And I always tell people, I don't have a problem with gambling on stuff to turn a profit, but you never gamble more than you can afford to lose. And right now we're not in a position to lose. Hello, Denise. I hope you're doing well. I got your message that you got your boxes finally, so I'm glad about that. It took a little bit longer to get to you than I expected, probably because it was media mail, and media mail sometimes it gets there really quick and sometimes it takes a while. But I'm glad you finally got everything. Oh, and I do have. I'm not auctioning today, but I do have. It's not as big, but I have some more DVDs going to be coming up for sale. I found some more in my storage unit this week as we were cleaning some stuff out. So the next time I do an auction, I'll be bringing more DVDs. $40 for a pallet. It seems worth the risk. Again, if you got $40 to lose, it's not that it's not worth the risk. It's just I've seen some people that have spent that $40 and then had to turn around and just trash it or donate it right back because it was just crap. And again, it's we're kind of in a precarious position, and part of it's because of Jessica being in the hospital 3 times this year. We've had to spend money on things for that instead of putting money back into the business, and now the business is kind of, we're doing okay, but we're walking on a tightrope some weeks just to get by. So, and a lot of that was because of, having extra medical expenses, medical bills, medications. Some of the medications they've given Jessica, insurance has not paid for. So we had to pay for it out of pocket. And it was just a bunch of extra expenses that we weren't ready for, going into this year. The way this year has just been bad for us. But we're moving forward, and we're getting better, and we're in a better position now than we were a month ago, but we're still not in a position where we can afford to lose. So again, I don't gamble any more than I can afford to lose. And whenever I get into a better position and I have a little bit savings back in place and a little bit of our emergency savings back to where we can survive losing a little bit, we'll probably do it. Yeah. Well, and see, they still haven't figured out what's going on with Jessica. They're still trying to figure out what's been going on with her. She's been in the hospital 3 times this year, and they still haven't figured out what's going on. They're still trying to run some more tests and trying to get some more stuff done. But then with everything going on with COVID, they don't want to bring her in and do these tests and all this other stuff. So it's been hit or miss, and she still has her up days and her down days. And we've had some times where we're struggling just to keep her out of the hospital. Yeah. Oh, it's private insurance. That's something a lot of people need to take into account. You lose those benefits that you have having a full-time job by going to work for yourself, and you've got to be able to replace that. And I can tell you, home health insurance is expensive. It is really, really expensive to get individual health insurance. Luckily, like Emily is on full Medicaid, and she will be at least until she turns 18. And even after that, we've already on the waiting list for other programs that will help her once she becomes an adult. We're already on the waiting list now because she may not even be off that waiting list by the time she turns 18. But the rest of us have to go more traditional route. And, there's just, even with insurance, there's still stuff that insurance won't cover, but we need it. And Jessica needed it. So we still had to just deal with that kind of stuff. And so, chronic health issues are nothing to laugh at. If you have chronic health issues, you definitely have to have insurance, because it's just, hundreds of thousands. We saw the medical bills. Her medical bills just in January alone, when she was in the first time, was over $150,000. And she's been in the hospital 3 times this year. And I don't know if any of y'all have $150,000 just laying around that y'all can blow. I'll take it, because $150,000 to me is a lot of money. That's more than I've ever made, like in the last 5 years. Dragon Value Home. Hello. Thank you for joining us. So I invited some people to join me here on the chat. I don't know if anybody's going to pop in or not. I know some of them are over at Donna's auction. I know Cha-Cha was here early, but then I haven't seen her since we went live, so I'm not sure. She may come back by here in just a little bit. But yeah, we're just talking about sourcing and reselling, and I don't want people to feel sorry for us. We've gotten ourselves a lot of, and we've done a lot with our reselling business. And I really enjoy the auction community, and I enjoy what we've done here. So I don't want people to feel sorry for us. It's been a rough year for a lot of people. And, I'm learning the business. I'm still learning how to do the sourcing and how to do the stuff. And, I watched Paul. If y'all haven't followed Paul Antonelli, y'all ought to check out his channel. He looks at a lot of stuff in a different way, and he actually talks about some of the behind the scenes stuff that other reseller channels don't talk about as much, like the business side, the tax implications, the legalities of doing some of these auctions. And I've learnI lot, and I had to go and do some research on, am I doing the right thing with how I run my auction? And I had to go back and talk to my county, because I after some of the things he's talked about on some of his live streams, it's been like, what, I need to go look into that and learn some of the legalities of, because there's a lot of people running these auctions that it's illegal to run them the way they're running them in their state. You got to know the rules and the laws in your state and in your county For tax purposes, do you need to be charging sales tax on these auctions? A lot of people need to be and aren't. And there's a lot of, implications. One of the things he brought up the other day is, do you have your sales tax as a separate line item on your invoices, or is it just rolled into the prices? For mine, it was just rolled into the price. I've been paying sales tax out of what people were already paying me. It was one of the things that I was setting aside. And now, after Paul talked about that, I went back to my county and found out the same thing he did, which is I have to actually put sales tax as a separate line item on my invoices. And I didn't know that, and I hadn't been doing it that way. Thank you. We try to support other people. I am new into this business. I've been doing it for a little over a year now. And I try to share what little bit I know with other people and share my experiences. And I do it a lot by sharing my mistakes. So whenever I talk about some of the struggles we've been through and some of the things, it's not just to complain, and it's not to, get people to feel sorry for me. I want people who are coming into this to think about some of the challenges that they might face going into this business. And, what is it? Some of the things like with the storage units, because of the financial difficulties we've had, we don't gamble on stuff. If we don't know that we can resell it, if we don't know that we can at least double our money on it, we're not going to spend money on it. We're not investing a lot of money into things. If I can get stuff for free, though, that's why I love, dumpster diving, trash picking, and even just, I'll go through Facebook Marketplace and I'll see people that are listing stuff on Facebook Marketplace just free, just come pick it up. And I'll go pick it up, turn around and relist it on Facebook Marketplace that afternoon and sell it. So I'm sourcing for free stuff. I love looking at Facebook Marketplace. Sometimes we find stuff on Facebook Marketplace for really low cost or for free that we know have some value because of what little bit we've learned over the last year. One of the great things about doing storage units, it sucks and it's great at the same time because you're dealing with so much different stuff. It's unspecialized, which kind of hurts you in being able to really hone in on a specialty. But at the same time, I have looked at so many comps on so many different things because when I first started, especially, almost every item I'm finding in these storage units, it would take me hours and hours to sort a unit because I'm sitting here looking up the comps on every single thing I find. Now I've gotten a little bit better idea of what to look for, what signs to look for, whether it's going to be quality or not, and what signs to look for on, whether it might have some resale value to it or not. And so that kind of stuff now I can kind of more quickly go through stuff. But at first it was just looking up hundreds and hundreds of items. But because over the last year I've looked up hundreds and hundreds of items, one, I got really good at learning how to look up comps quickly. But two, I also have kind of gotten a base knowledge, at least, of the value of some of the stuff that we see all the time. And because of that, I can much more quickly now look at stuff in a yard sale, in a thrift store, in a storage unit as I'm profiling a unit. And I can much more quickly pick out what I think it's worth and what I think I can resell the stuff in there for. I can see stuff on Facebook Marketplace that somebody's giving away, and I can tell you, I just saw a comp on that last week on eBay, and it's selling for this much money. All right, Dragon Home Value Home. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a great day at work. We'll be here till midnight, so come back and hang out, chat, have a good time. So, but yeah, that's one of the things. We're always looking for new ways to connect with people, new things of sourcing. I've been seeing a lot of dumpster diving stuff. We've been watching a lot of dumpster diving channels. We're going to try our hand at it. We actually have one of our one of our friends that lives here nearby has actually been doing dumpster diving for a long time. So she's actually going to kind of take us out, show us where the good places are around here. One of the things I'm working on is getting a new setup, which, hold on just a second. So I got me a new toy. So I got me a little mobile setup kit. It's a little tripod, but also works as a nice hand holder, or it folds out into a tripod. It's got a boom mic and a little LED light on it for my mobile kit setup. So I can hook my phone up. So when we go dumpster diving and night stuff, as well as getting into some of these dark storage units, we can get some better video. So it's not the greatest one, but it's a nice little kit. It's an easy little setup. So we're going to be testing that out. We just picked it up yesterday. So we're going to be testing it out and seeing how it works. Dumpster diving is illegal in Connecticut. Yeah, it depends on your state. It's legal in Texas, but it also depends on your county. So we live in Caldwell County, and it's legal in Caldwell County. But if we go next door to Hayes County, which is where I used to work and where we used to live, it's illegal in Hayes County. So you have to know the county that you're in and what the county rules are on it. And we have to know where those county lines are so that we don't cross the county line and accidentally do it. But we actually have some friends that have been doing it for a long time. They're going to kind of show us the ropes and show us what the good places are and what the bad places are, what to avoid. I wish it was legal in Hayes County, because Hayes County is where Texas State University is, and there's like a million apartment complexes over there with college kids, and they always leave really great stuff behind at the end of the season when they go home. But it's illegal to go dumpster diving there. Yeah, it's a pretty cool setup. And this one it's not the nicest one. Again, it's cheap plastic. But it's $50 for the whole setup. I'm actually doing a product review on it for my other channel. We just picked it up yesterday. It is all plastic. It's not got a lot of the image stabilization, but it's a lot better than me holding my phone with my hand, which is what I've been doing for a year. Again, I've got the tripod set up so I can actually set it down. It does actually have a setup to where I can put it on its side, so I can do vertical format for shorts and doing TikToks and shorts and stuff like that. The microphone is kind of a cheap mic, but it's not a bad mic. It's slightly better than the built-in mic on my computer, but I figure with that small of a mic too, if I can maybe upgrade later, but it's a little bit better than what I can do just holding my phone by hand. So it's a pretty cool kit. The whole kit, it was all a single kit. It wasn't pieces built together, and it cost me less than $50 at Walmart. So if people are wanting to get started, it's a pretty cool little kit. I think it works pretty well as a starter piece. It's not something I would recommend for, long-term use, but as a starter piece for somebody just starting out, or that's, wanting just a little bit of an upgrade from what they have, I think it's a great kit. I think it works really, really well. And yep, it's progress. And the light, this is just a little LED light. It's USB charger, so I can charge it up. And it's got different colors. It's got 3 different color ranges. It comes with, I can have just the basic LED light, but then it's also got a white filter. It's got a blue filter, and it's got a pink kind of reddish tone filter. So I can change the color tones just a little bit based on whatever I need for the video that I'm creating. So, and look at that. I mean, that's a bright light. Got some really good light, and I can put it further away. It's also got, I don't know if you can see it. So it's got 3 different levels on the lighting. And it's a pretty cool little setup. And I mean, you see how tiny that lighting is. It's LED, but you don't need a very big light. And I've even thought about replacing my big, huge lights. And like, I can just set that up on top of my computer. It's small enough and stable enough. I could actually just put it on top of my computer, and I can light myself for a live stream using that light. So I could actually do away with the big, huge umbrella lights that I use, because the big umbrella lights get really hot. They're halogen bulbs, and they get really, really hot after a while. So I have to turn them off. But that is a pretty cool little setup. And you know, the microphone probably is about a $20 microphone by itself. It's not a most expensive one. But the audio quality is just a little bit, it's an upgrade. It's a little bit better than what I get just off of the microphone that's built into my phone. The image stabilization, you know, if I'm holding this, it's a lot more stable. And I can also get it further away from my face than I can here. It's got the setup for mobile. I can set it upright for doing vertical or horizontal. And it's a pretty cool setup. I can also turn it so like I can have the phone or be using the rear view camera, and I can turn the microphone so that I've got the microphone talking to me. So that I can be behind the camera and still narrating what's going on. So, yeah, it's an upgrade, and it's a little bit better than what I had before. So, we're testing it out. For those of y'all that just came in, you see my new wall lighting. We use Christmas lights, little blue tone Christmas lights, and that's just a bed sheet. It's just a king size bed sheet hung on the wall behind me to get rid of that blue panel. So we're slowly working on things. I hope everybody's having a fantastic weekend. Jessica did a little bit of Black Friday shopping yesterday. I didn't go shopping because I hate Black Friday shopping with a passion. And I made Jessica make a promise to me when we first got together that when we first got together, I promised her that I would go Black Friday shopping with her one time with the condition that she would never ask me to go again. And so I went that one time, and within an hour, I knew that it was one of the worst mistakes I made. And ever since then, I have never gone Black Friday shopping again. I don't like that many people. I don't like that many crowds. It wasn't like super bad. There wasn't like any major riots or fights or anything. It was just, I don't like being, you know, in that push and shove and rush and, you know, people stealing things out of other people's carts and all that kind of fun stuff. Hello. Thank you for joining us today. Got to keep them orders moving. I had a couple I got to get shipped out tomorrow. I got some stuff I'm getting packed up, just sold yesterday and today. So I had some sales on eBay yesterday and today. We got to get packed up and get out the door. So hope y'all are having a great time. We are, you know, we just been sourcing, looking around. We're looking at some more storage units as well. I got some that are like in like the $40-$50 range right now that are 10 by 10s, 5 by 10s. smaller units that we can pretty easily clean out. If they stay in that range, we're looking at buying another unit in the next week or so. Oh, really? Your UPS store? And we have a UPS store. I just never drop off there very often. It's rare I use UPS for shipping though. So we usually use USPS for most of our shipping. But hey, use what you got. And I don't know if our store is open on Sundays or not. I've never been there on a Sunday. Let's put that on there. I need to charge it up. There it goes. So, yeah, I haven't been to the UPS. See, whenever our postman actually scans it when he picks them up here at the house. That's why we usually just let the postman pick it up. And I don't even have to like call and schedule a pickup. I just put a note in my mailbox to the postman that says, hey, we have packages for pickup, and he'll come in and pick them up, which is getting to be more and more almost every day. So he knows almost every day that he comes by, we're having packages for pickup. So, but yeah, I've had a few packages lost. I've had a few packages that took forever to get delivered. I had some that were my fault because it took me forever to ship them, but then I had some that were shipped and it still took them forever to show up. So it's always fun tracking packages and keeping up with stuff, keeping up with all your orders, and especially doing these auctions. Shippo has the cheapest UPS rate. Yeah, I have Shippo. Yeah, I've been seeing. I have a Shippo account. I just don't very. I use it because a lot of times, especially when I have the big bulk packages that we do, I found that I can go through Shippo and ship cheaper than I can through Pirate Ship. Um, and so I'm always comparing the prices. Most of the time, my Pirate Ship is one of the cheaper places to go, but I always look at Shippo, especially with the bigger packages, the heavier packages. Anything that's out of that 18 by 18 range, whenever we do the bulk lots, a lot of those are shipped Shippo. But sometimes too, like, I mean, I had some stuff that I tried to ship it through Pirate Ship, and then I tried to ship it through Shippo, and Shippo was cheaper, but it was like $5 cheaper. It wasn't that much when you're talking about a $70 or $80 ship, and there's a $5 difference. It's not that big of a difference to me. I mean, we try to save what we can, but at the same time, it's do you finagle over a few bucks, or do you just deal with what's right in front of you? So, but I love Shippo. I like Shippo, but they charge you $5 a month too. So if you're not using it, they do charge you a membership fee every month to keep your account. And that's the thing. Pirate Ship is free. It doesn't cost me anything unless I use it. But the downside that's one of my biggest downsides to Pirate Ship. I think if Pirate Ship were to incorporate, other platforms besides USPS, I think it would be one of the best platforms for shipping. But they're strictly USPS. That's the one downside to Pirate Ship. Shippo has a $5 a month membership fee that you have to pay. And then you have to have a UPS and a FedEx account, but that takes like 5 minutes to set up. It doesn't cost anything to set it up. But you set up a UPS account, and you set up a FedEx account, and then you link those to your Shippo account, and it processes everything for you. And it is a cheaper rate. And I use the FedEx account anyway, because just like the USPS, FedEx has a bunch of free shipping supplies and stuff that you can order off of them. And I get shipping labels and a whole bunch of other stuff from FedEx that I use for shipping. I take advantage. If I can get free shipping supplies, I take advantage of that. So well, Louis just emailed me back. He's not going to be able to make it. He might be in later tonight. Hey, you. Hey, you. All right. So, love the new setup. I'm trying to go for a little bit more muted background. I didn't like that bright wooden paneling behind me. So, we're still working on it. You can see over there, the edge of the camera is right on the edge of my view screen, or the edge of the wood paneling. We're trying to get another sheet. All it is a bed sheet. It's a navy blue bed sheet with some Christmas lights up there. And I just knocked my lamp off. Hold on. So we're I like the new setup, but I definitely need to keep working on it. We're gonna try to put. I still want some stuff to kind of break up just the monotony of just a solid color behind me. I really wanted to add something to it to kind of make the background, not necessarily make it a focal point, but to kind of break up just the monotony of just a plain background. And then like it kind of washes things out with, like, I'm wearing a navy blue shirt and you got the navy blue background. So I either need to work on that a little bit still, but I appreciate that. We're trying to get it. Yeah, UPS has free supplies. USPS has free supplies. And I love all those free supplies that we get. So. Okay. Let's see. Sent. There we go. All right. Well, the plan was to go on until midnight. We're going to see how well that works. We also did not plan on not having a nurse today, and Jessica was supposed to be joining me. So we're going to see if we stay on that late or not, but I'm going to be on at least for a few hours and hang out and chat. And I've invited some other resellers to jump in and join us. I don't know if they're going to come by or not. I know Cha was here earlier, right before we went live, and she said she was going to join me, and then she disappeared. So I'm not sure where she went. So yeah, we'll see what happens with that. But I'm planning on being here for a little while. And I sent messages out to a lot of my reselling friends. Paul, I sent you an email with the link if you wanted to join in. But yeah, we were wanting to do something to kind of give people a break because we know a lot of people are running auctions this weekend, and there's just been a lot of, a lot of stuff going on. And I don't mind, I love sitting here chatting with people, and especially if I can get some people up here on the panel. I could sit here for the next 12 hours and talk about reselling with people because I enjoy it, and I enjoy having these discussions. I enjoy chatting with people. I just like to get some more people up here on the panel. I thought Jessica was going to be here to sit with me and chat and talk. She's much better at getting that stuff. Marie, yeah, I sent Marie a link too. It's on your Instagram, Marie. So you can join us. Hope the beach is going well. Donna, I sent you a link, Donna, if you wanted to. My eyes are crossed naturally anyway, so it's okay. And we got to get the coffee going. I got a full pot of coffee we just brewed right before I came live, so got plenty of coffee to keep me up. I'll be good to go. And there's not very many things, but there's like 2 or 3 things that I get so into when I start getting into a conversation, I could go for 6, 7, 8, 9 hours talking about nonstop and just get into that conversation and go. Reselling, the sourcing, the storage units. I have so much fun. I enjoy this stuff. Even if I don't know the most about it, I enjoy talking about it, and I love talking to other people that have more experience at it than me because I love learning about it. Same way with like the YouTube stuff. That's part of why I started a channel on the YouTube stuff. I could go on a live stream for YouTube stuff for hours and sit there and talk about it all day, just because I have more experience than I do in reselling. I've been on and off YouTube and in online content development for over 10 years. All right, Donna, that's fine. I still got to get my dishes done too. I started working on them. I've got a big old mess of dishes in there that I have to work on from Thanksgiving. I got most of them done. I got a big chunk of the pots and pans and the heavy stuff done. It's just getting some of the little stuff caught up now. I'll probably get that done tomorrow. Been on email cleaning up everything. Oh, that's always fun. I went through and cleaned out my emails finally. I had like 10,000 emails that were unopened in my email inbox. And a lot of it was just junk mail and, getting on somebody's email list and they just kept spamming me crap. I was deleting them by the hundreds, just going through and saying, okay, this person's just spamming me crap. Just search all their emails and delete them all. Getting on people's email lists. And I mean, I was just deleting them by the hundreds. And then, oh, look, there's somebody's that I never see because I had so much other crap hitting my email box. I didn't see it. So I've been unsubscribing from a lot of stuff and deleting a bunch of stuff, just trying to slow down and clean up my email inbox so that I can see those emails when people send them to me. Because sometimes people are sending me emails and I never see them because of all the crap that hits it. And I've got 10 different email addresses that I actively use for, I've got like 4 or 5 different ones for different aspects of my businesses. And then I've got my personal email. We have one that's set up just for Emily's doctors and all of those people. And so it's kind of, hello, Paul.
You did send me an email.
Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving. You did send me an email. It was in my trash, and I didn't see it. I take chunks. I'll look at them. If there's nothing, I delete it. I must have added it in.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
That's all right. How you doing?
Good. How are you?
Good. So yeah, I was just saying, I was cleaning out my email inbox. I had over 10,000 emails.
Wow.
A lot of it was just junk mail from getting on different people's lists. Well, I have like 10 different email addresses.
Really?
I have my Scavenger email. I have my YouTube growth email for that business. I've got my mindset stuff that I do, and I have a separate email for that. We have an email address just for Emily and her doctors and all of her appointments and everything, so that it doesn't get cluttered up with everything else. Then I have my personal email, which very few people have, just friends and family, but I have subscriptions and stuff that go to that email. So I just, keeping my email organized is a nightmare.
Do you use Outlook?
No, I used to, but I don't have Microsoft Office right now. I use Mozilla's free one. What is it?
I don't know. I don't use any Mozilla products. Like, what is their browser? Firefox?
Firefox.
Yeah,
I've been a Firefox user. I switched to Chrome about a year and a half ago, but I've been a Firefox user for years.
Yeah, I can slowly see there's a few things lately that I'm using that are not working well with Chrome at all. But when I go on Firefox, they work fine.
Yeah.
So
for me, it wound up being the opposite. When I started doing YouTube, more and more stuff was working with Chrome, but not Firefox. So I made that switch.
Right.
But honestly, I've been resisting switching to Chrome for years. I've loved Firefox. I use Firefox before Chrome even existed.
Yeah.
And I just never switched over.
Hi, Denise. How are you? Yeah, there's so much stuff to keep up with. But man, all those emails. I have two, and the easy thing that I do is I have two, and they go to one central, so I can open up and see all of them.
Yeah.
But
well, see, that's the way I have mine. I have some different email addresses, but like I have a separate email set up on Yahoo for my daughter's doctor's appointments, and all of her doctors, they just get that email, and they're the only ones who give that email. But it actually forwards everything to my personal email, but I have it set up with its own folder, so it doesn't go to my main inbox. All of those emails go to a specific folder. As soon as they're forwarded, they go directly into a folder just for her.
Right. Yeah, I just renewed my Office 365. It's not bad. I mean, I got it on sale. It's $67 for the year, and you get the whole suite.
Yeah.
I don't.
Yeah, I've got to renew my Office. I haven't renewed it in like a year and a half. But
Yeah,
I've been using I've been using like Google's Google Word documents and that kind of stuff for most of what I do. So, I mean, it's just, I'm not really doing anything that I really needed Office. So that was one of the things that we let go.
Right. Yeah. Google's suite of stuff is good too. Then I guess I have 3 emails. So I also have that, and I have my Google Voice telephone up there, which emails me all this, all the calls and everything. But I mean, I don't use I'm a real estate broker. I used to have an office until I sold it with a lot of agents. And I used to tell them all the time, Outlook is the best and cheapest CRM you could use, customer relationship management tool. And I'm guilty as I don't use it for that at all. And I probably should set up the shows, set up the meetings, set up the calendar, the contacts. You can contact people on their birthday every time, and it'll do it automatically, or it'll remind you. I need to do that. I've been telling myself for years, practice what you preach. I should do that, but I don't.
Really? See, I never really got into using Outlook all that much. I just thought of it as a place to check my email inboxes, but I never really dove into all the tools available with it. Also, do you have is that the Pro edition, or is that the Home edition? Because I know they're different.
Well, I have Office. Let me see, Microsoft. Good afternoon. It doesn't tell me. It's just Microsoft Office 365. Outlook, Microsoft Office 365. Yeah, it has, so much stuff. And OneNote. I never touch OneNote. I have a class on MP4 saved that I paid $100 for, never watched it.
See, I used to use OneNote all the time, because it's great for making just little organization stuff for your content. I used to use it for mind mapping out video ideas, and back when I was blogging 10 years ago, I would use it to map out my blog posts and cross, if I was doing a series of blog posts, I could lay them all out in OneNote, interlink them, so I could go back and forth and figure out, okay, this is what I need to say here. This is what it's going to transition to this blog post over here. And I could use OneNote to do a lot of that.
That's
whereas, cool. And then I also learned you can do a lot of that too with Evernote.
Evernote. Yeah, that's the other one, Evernote.
And I used Evernote because, I liked Evernote because I could sync it between, even with just a free account on Evernote, I could sync it between my cell phone and my computer. So I can do a lot of work on my computer, but then I'm mobile a lot because of Emily and her doctor's appointments and stuff and having to travel. so I can have that stuff on my phone, and I can be sitting in there in the waiting room waiting on a doctor's appointment, working on setting up a blog post or working on laying out, a plan for a video.
Yeah.
Hi, Paul.
How you doing?
I just came in to say hi to everybody real fast.
How are you?
I'm doing fine. How have you been doing? How was your Thanksgiving?
It was good. Two of us.
Good?
It was quiet, but we watched movies and ate.
Hi, Christy.
Oh, well, that's kind of how it was over here. It was kind of quiet. Hi, Christy. Hi, Flippin' Frozen. Hi, Marie. But I'll finish letting y'all go. I've got 2 babies that I'm taking care of at the moment. I'll come back when James is ready.
Oh, my days of babies are long gone.
Well, we thought so too after Emily, and now we have a 2-year-old that begs to differ.
Wow. Yeah, my wife always.
And now we're sure it's not going to happen again. We made sure that we fixed that problem.
My wife always says that she wished we had another one like soon after our son was born. But I said, hey, I'm an only child. I turned out okay.
Hi, Denise. Yeah, I've got a 19-year-old who from a different relationship who is
he was an only child until he was like 11.
Until he was like 11, 12.
Wow.
Then that changed. So, but anyways, all right, then I'm gonna let y'all finish discussing whatever y'all were discussing. I was trying to listen.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, thanks for coming on and visiting with us for a little bit, Paul.
Yeah, definitely. I was just here packing orders and getting stuff together. We had an auction last night, I believe.
Oh, really?
And I like to. I'm as you'll know, I'm a wrap fanatic, so I like to wrap everything and protect it.
That's James over there too.
If it's not wrapped, it's not packed.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, James has to do some packing tomorrow.
Yeah, I've got some stuff I'm already still working on.
Mm-hmm.
As I was
record too, because I've had some requests. Like I got some pictures that we sold at an auction last week, and I had to get the stuff to pack them and ship them. But I've had several people ask how I ship pictures. Like framed pictures and stuff like that, because
that's what's in here. I have 2 5x7s old, and the rest of the things that are in here are postcards, some over 100 years old.
Wow.
But I just
some of those.
Yeah, I just I put a piece of bubble wrap in it and then wrap it nice and tight so they don't move. But then while I was listening to you and doing that, I sold a pair of Beats headphones.
Ooh.
Which is awesome.
Yeah, Beats are nice.
I got them 3 months ago, I think, maybe 4 months ago. One of the basketball players, the Magic, the auction that I go to in Orlando once in a while, auctioned off his storage unit. Mm-hmm. And he had some high-ticket, high-dollar items. So I got the Beats there. I got a Nixon watch, an Invicta Batman watch that was never used.
Ooh.
I offered the stuff at auction, like just probably $25 over what it cost me. Nobody was interested. So I listed it all the other day. And this is the first piece that sold. So I'm happy at that.
That's nice. Yeah, I mean, I've had stuff, and some of it too, like I've had stuff, I'll take it to an auction 3 or 4 times, and just nobody's interested. Everybody's like, oh, man, you're showing this again. And then I'll bring it back one last time. All right, we're going to sell it. We're going to liquidate it, or I'm going to get rid of it. And then all of a sudden, it's like, oh, I want that. And then I got people coming back later. Hey, do you have any more of that? And I'm like, I've sold that. I've tried to auction that off like 4 times, and nobody was interested. Now everybody's interested in it.
Right. Well, the other thing too is the government needs to get that stimulus check out to people. So to try to kickstart the economy again, at least for Christmas.
Yeah, I know there's just so many people that are struggling right now. I mean, there's a lot of people that are just out of work. And I've talked to a lot of resellers that are either doing really, really great right now. And I think it just depends on the types of items you have listed. I've talked to some people that are doing really, really great right now in Q4. And I've talked to some that said that this is the worst Q4 they've ever had. But Q1, Q2, and Q3 were so much better than they've ever had that it's kind of balancing out.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it is what you have. I said this in one of my shows before. I think the problem that we as resellers have, we've been on eBay for so damn long. We know the games, we know all that stuff. And I am guilty of this too. We're going to try to get the top buck on eBay.
Mm-hmm.
And I've changed my thought process of that. And I lowered the stuff enough where I'm still making $1 or $2 or $3, and I'm not doing free shipping. I don't care if I lose my top rated plus or whatever, because by offering free shipping, you're either not going to sell the item because you have to mark it up enough, or after they take out the cost for shipping, you're still not making a lot.
Well, and with the post office raising the rates again, and you never know what to. I don't do free shipping even on my auctions here, and I know I've gotten some flack from people for doing that, but I don't do free shipping, and that's why, because you're taking a hit or miss, and every time I've done free shipping, either on eBay or on my auctions, I've lost money.
Yep.
And it's maybe overall I might make a little bit, but I've had lots where, I sold lots at my auctions for $20 or $30. It cost me, maybe I sold it for 20, but it cost me 20 to ship it, plus the cost of the items and the shipping materials.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. That's why I'm putting it out. I'm putting my stuff out now at a reasonable price. I'm still making a couple of bucks. I figured, hey, if somebody is either collecting it, they're going to say, super fantastic, I got a great deal. Or if they want to turn around and buy it for their store, which I do have a lot of customers that do that, or they want to buy it to resell, they could still make money on it. So everybody's happy. But I think I was in the doldrums about eBay for months and months and months. And then I started watching these videos and learning more. For somebody like us, we think we know it all because we've been in it so long. And it's like, well, I never realized that. I never thought about that.
Yeah. See, I don't usually list on eBay for maximum profit. If you look at most of the stuff that I list, it's still, I actually look at, okay, what is it selling for, looking at the comps, and then I discount it, not a whole lot, but a little bit from there. And I don't go for necessarily the lowest price on eBay, but I look at kind of the mid-range of where they're selling for and discount it just a little bit. And I still get some fairly consistent sales doing it that way.
Yep.
And yeah, I could lose some money. There's stuff like I had a pair of Nikes that I sold a year ago almost. I listed them for $100. I could have sold them for 120 or 130, but I sold them quick and got them out the door.
I thought Nikes was one of those brands that were veroed, that you can't sell without authenticity or whatever.
Well, I just added the authenticator.
Yeah.
That's only on brand new ones. They're only doing the authenticator on brand new ones, and everything I get out of storage units, so they're used.
Yeah.
But it's also, they just came out with that like 2 months ago, and this was last January.
Okay. And what about what's that other jacket? North Face.
North Face.
You can't sell those even used, right?
Really?
Well,
I don't know. I never have North Face stuff to sell, so I didn't know that.
I have.
I know they've been changing a lot of stuff.
I've stopped doing clothes a while ago, but I thought somebody got nabbed by Vero on North Face, and North Face came back and said, we have a lifetime guarantee on our clothes. And if you don't buy it from us, if you're not one of our authorized retailers, you're not authorized to sell it on these platforms. But really? I don't know. Like I said, I stay away from I
See, that's
have been
why I
paying.
don't do clothes, because clothing companies are like crazy over that kind of stuff.
Yep.
And most of that stuff, I just auction. I bring that stuff to my auction, and I let people that know what they're dealing with that kind of stuff. But I mean, I know the rare occasion I have North Face stuff it sells at my auctions. So, and most of it's other resellers buying it. So I know that they're selling it somewhere.
Exactly.
I hate listing clothes, and there's too many crazy things like that, and I don't know styles, and I don't know stuff like that. So I would rather auction it off and sell it to somebody else that will list it. And I make a few bucks, you know, and I get clothes by the bag full. The last storage unit, I had 5 trash bags full of clothes.
Wow.
And, you know, and I mean, I've already more than made my money back on that unit. So,
although you got people like Crystal, which is Rosie's Closet, she said she'll buy all the clothes she can get. I just hate the measuring and all that stuff. I mean, the packing of it and the shipping of it, beautiful, love it, easy, nice. Put it in a bag, all gone.
yeah.
But the prep work.
Well, that's one of the things I've found. People either love clothes and they want all the clothes they can get, or they hate clothes and they do everything they can to get rid of them.
Yep.
Hi,
Alexis or Lemonster. I'm sorry. Sorry, James.
Hey, Alexis.
Some people say you should always do close to boost up the amount of inventory in your store. I don't see that. Signing in from Lemonstar. Yep. She lives where my sister used to live in Massachusetts.
Glad to see you, Alexis.
Well, sister, I call her my sister. She's really my cousin.
But yeah, I mean, I don't mind doing shoes, but normal clothes, it's like you said, all the measuring, all the different styles, and you know, brands, what brands are worth reselling, and what, I mean, you don't know how many different brands of clothes I see in these storage units. There's no way I can know every single one of those brands and what they sell for and what the value of them is. And there's a lot of this stuff I sell at my auctions. I have no idea. It could be cheap stuff. There's some of the cheap brands I've learned. You know, I've learned a lot of your Target brands, your Walmart brands, those off the low end store brands. I've learned what some of those brands are, so I can weed some of that stuff out.
Right.
But still, even some of that stuff I've been able to sell at my auctions. And I have people that, especially if they're new with tags, people are like, if it's all got the tags on it, we can still resell it for almost retail price. So,
right, exactly.
I mean, and some of those, I mean, the tags on them are like 15, 20, 30 bucks. So, you know, even new with tags, if I can find them, they'll still usually sell.
Yeah.
And a lot of my clothes, I mean, when I'm doing auction lots, usually I'm doing it $1, $2 a piece on my clothes plus shipping, you know, but in the shipping, if there's a small lot of clothes, throw it in a poly bag, shipping's not going to be that much.
Right, exactly. Yeah, I bought a ton of earlier, like probably 3 years ago when I was doing clothing. I bought the bags with the warning on them, you know, the suffocation warning and all that happy doodah stuff, and folded them up nice and packed them. And it's just, I don't know. I just, I'd like to, I guess it's not a passion for me to do clothes. I guess I'm into toys and electronics and that type of stuff.
Yeah.
Clothes just, I mean, sure, if I find a Harley shirt or a Harley vest, or, you know, and people think because I live 30 minutes from Walt Disney World that, Disney stuff is everywhere here. When we went home last year, I found more in New Hampshire than I do here in the thrift stores. I guess people come here on vacation, they buy whatever they want, then they go home and they get sick of it right away and they donate it.
Hey, Lobster.
Hello, Lobster.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people that think that, because I lived in Altamont Springs for a long time.
Oh, yeah, you said
7 years. And yeah, you didn't find Disney stuff all over. But again, you got to remember that Florida's biggest industry is tourism. So people are buying it there, but then they're taking it home. They're not leaving it there in Florida. And
exactly.
I know I lived there for 7 years. I never went to any of the attractions the 7 years I lived there. Wow. I went to the beach twice the whole time I lived there because I was working all the time.
Right.
I was busy working because the cost of living is so crazy. I had to work all the time just to get by.
Yep. I'm not a beach person. My wife could sit on the beach for hours and hours. And it's like, I'm good for 5-10 minutes the most. Okay, we did this. Now what? Let's go.
Oh my goodness. Lisa, you're still alive.
Hello, Lisa.
Thank you for coming by. But yeah, I mean, I lived over there, but the cost of living was atrocious. Of course, maybe I know Altamont Springs is not the cheapest part of the area to live too, but just living in Florida was just, the rent was high. I mean, I live on half here in Texas what it cost me to live in Florida, and I was single.
Wow.
Here I'm married, I've got 2 kids, and it costs me less to live here right now than it was costing me to live in Florida.
Wow. Well, when I moved down here 17 years ago now, I was I transferred down with Walmart. I was in the management program at Walmart, and we were hiring people. We opened a store, not too far from me, and it was interviewing. I must have interviewed hundreds and hundreds of people, and a lot of them that came from New York and New England. You were a department manager, and you're looking for a department manager here, but you're making $18 an hour. They're not going to start you at $18 an hour here. We're going to start a department manager at $7. And they would all, like, their jaw would drop. And I said, but hold on. How much does it cost you to rent your apartment? Oh, $2,200. I said, okay, I can show you where to go down the street. You can rent a whole house for $650. Get out. No, that's the way it is. It's not that way anymore because everything caught up. Because when we moved down here, the cost of real estate was way better. Food, insurance, all that stuff was better. Now everything's caught up to just the way it is when we were in New England. And now, after this pandemic, starting next year, it's going to get more pricey to live here. But yeah, I mean, and I go to Walmart, I go to that store. There's still people there that I hired personally, and I don't know how much they're making now, but it is a big challenge.
Yeah, the cost of living is crazy, but that's why I moved back to Texas, was the cost of living in Florida, and just finding a job over there was crazy, especially in, when I was there. Okay, I was living in Florida until 2000. Well, I was living there until 2011, but I moved there in 2005 when I went through a divorce. And I moved out there because my parents were out there, and then things happened with my parents. And so I was working for a bakery there. They were the ones that convinced me to go out there. One, I was going through a divorce. Two, they were telling me, come out there and I could get a work. And at the time I was working in cabinetry. They were like, come out here. Well, then I got out there, and then I found out everybody imports their cabinets. Nobody makes them there. They buy them and have them shipped in from outside. I couldn't find work doing that kind of work, so I went back into restaurants and I went back to food service. But then 2008 was when I started in June of 2008 when I started my first blog website, and I started doing online content stuff. And then just a few months later, I got laid off from my job.
Oh, wow.
And so I had like a 5-year plan to go doing that stuff full time. And all of a sudden I was here you are, you're doing it full time. And this was in 2008 during the middle of the crash. There wasn't any jobs anywhere.
Wow. So you were a cabinet maker?
Uh-huh.
That's cool.
I was a cabinet maker. I worked in cabinetry for over 10 years. And
nice.
the last job in that field I was a shop foreman for about 2.5 years.
Nice. When I was young, 16, I was in to be an apprentice carpenter. And we were back home, our supermarkets are Stop and Shop. So I worked at the factory building the huge freezers for Stop and Shop. Like these are, 20 by 50 freezers and stuff like that. And it's funny, the auction I'm going to in a few hours here locally has a ton of industrial tools like lathes and planers and stuff, because I still love playing with wood.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to see if I can get any deals on that.
I go Google over that kind of stuff, but I ain't got no place to put it. I don't even have a workshop here.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. I don't, that's the other thing with me is I don't have space.
Because we were going to try to build me a shop in the backyard, and we went to get the city permits, and they wouldn't approve it because we didn't have enough easement between where the shop was going to go and the property line.
The setbacks?
Yep. And in order to cut it down small enough that we had enough room to put it in there, it wouldn't have been big enough for me to do hardly anything in there.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have even been able to fit my tools in there, much less work on anything.
We went to in our downtown, which is one street, 2 blocks, one street, 2 blocks. We went to the Saturday, small business Saturday, and there's a bunch of antique shops, small antique shop. We went into one I've never been into before. And I was talking to the guy, and he says, oh, look around. He says, I got this place. He said, I just bought the building not too long ago. I got this one. I also own next door. There's a right there. You can go in there. And he says, in the back, I just put up a metal building. And I walked in, and I said, holy crap, this is what I want. He put up one of those steel buildings just about attached to his retail store in the back. And it's beautiful. Because when we're planning on going back to New Hampshire, and I'm looking for something with some land so I can put up a building like that. Like he could probably get 2, 3, 4 cars in there easily. But he had it with all product. He must have 10,000 45s. No sleeves, but at least probably 10,000, if not more, 45s. He says he bought out a, what do they call them? Not the you put the quarter in and you play the music. I just went blank. Jukebox company. Yep. Lisa, what part of Florida are you in? I'm in St. Cloud. I'm 30 minutes from Disney. Straight down the street. What? I said no.
I need to grab an example so I can give an explanation to Alexis's question.
Okay.
Just a second.
So there's marketable skill for local-based cabinet and handmade pieces of woodworking. I was never a finished carpenter. I could do all the rough. I could put up walls and make new walls and take down walls and stuff like that. I was never a good finished carpenter. I've made stuff. I went to trade school for carpentry also. That's how I got into it. Plus, my father was, I don't know if you remember Hood Milk, Alexis. My father worked for Hood Milk in Charlestown, where we used to live, for 35 years, but he always played around with carpentry in the house.
Yep. All right. So, Alexis, and for anybody else. So, this is a piece that I made for Jessica for Christmas like 2 years ago. Okay. But this is Clairol walnut, which is very kind of rare piece of wood. And I could probably sell this for about $30. So is there a marketable skill? Yes, I could sell these for $30. But for me to make this was about 12 hours worth of work.
Wow.
So $30 divided by 12, you're making less than $2 an hour
Yeah.
for the work I would have to put into it for what I can sell it for.
Yeah.
And I'm not
problem.
set up here. I don't have the space and the setup to be able to mass produce them to get that production cost down. For me to individually hand make them, it's just not sellable for the kind of woodworking I do, because I can do stuff like that all day long and I love doing it, but I can't make enough money at it to make it worth my time.
The auction that I'm going to tonight, we went just to look around, see what they have. They have a router jig set up. Mm-hmm. He was making these signs that like for a children's room. So, and it's all set up, and all you do is put the router in and you routed out the whole saying right there.
Yep.
So that's what you'd have to do on something like that, is make a jig.
And I would have to have a shop set up where I could set up stations that were permanently set up to mass produce that kind of stuff in order to be able to make it fast enough and do enough of them. Because like I said, to make this one took me 10 hours worth of work to do. I did a whole bunch of these for Christmas one year. And I probably spent 2 months making them for everybody for Christmas.
Wow.
And everything I do is on my back porch. I don't have the shop space. I don't have a way to set up a workflow that could just be set it and leave that jig that way so that I could do everything all at once and mass produce them.
Right. Lisa, I don't know Profit Monster. I'd like to meet more people that are around here before I leave. But I don't know who that is. And yeah, it's like selling hand crocheted items. That's probably why those are so expensive, because you can only do one at a time.
Mm-hmm.
And like, the
market around here, I've tried to mark them up to where it would be worth my time to do it, and nobody would buy it. I know about what the market value of them is, and about $30 to $35 is about the maximum of what I can sell it for. And just the material alone, the wood alone for this piece was almost $20. And I can sell it for 35.
BMOS Mercantile, right?
Yeah, I know BMOS.
She does those resin pieces.
Uh-huh.
And I used to manufacture resin model kits that we used to put on to previews and sell them to comic book stores around the world. And I said, wow. So she's using clear resin. And I said, how long is it taking that to cure? She's it's taken 24 hours. I said, oh man, if you could find a clear resin that cure, because mine kicks in 3 minutes. Kicks means it's starting to cure.
Yeah.
I can pull a piece from a mold in 5 minutes. I said, if you could do that, you can do enough. You could offer these resellers wholesale on your stuff and still make a good amount of money. Because you got people like Johnny and Don or whatever that have antique booths that may like some of that stuff.
See, I did these, and I actually did some of these that instead of doing a lacquer finish, I made a mold out of one of these, and I put it in the mold, and I filled the rest of the mold with resin, and so it did a resin coating on them.
Yeah, well,
they turned out really nice.
If you have the mold, now you can pour them in resin. It's a flat pour, so it's easy.
But I was just playing with it, and the molds I can probably get like 3 or 4 pours out of the mold, because they were just a handmade mold I learned how to do on YouTube. And they're not necessarily permanent molds. They're like, I use them like 3 or 4 times, and then I got to make a new mold.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the ones we use, depending on the detail, like, because there was a lot of humans and monsters, like the teeth and stuff, that stuff would start to rip the mold. So if we could get 20 to 30 pulls out of a mold, that was a lot.
Yeah.
Our highest expense was hiring a sculptor to sculpt the thing.
But I enjoy the woodworking. I enjoy that crafting side of things. I kind of always been a crafty kind of person, and I enjoy, like, I do these. I like making like just plain wooden boxes and then kind of doing designs and stuff. I do a lot of just very simple like wood burning stuff.
Yeah.
And for that, I just get like iron-on patterns for like shirts and stuff, and I'll actually iron them onto the wood so it leaves me an outline, and then sit there and do the wood burning into the outlines.
Oh, that's cool.
But again, that stuff, it takes me hours and hours of work to do. It's not something that I can do quickly. It's something that each individual piece is custom and each individual piece is handmade. And I tried to do it for a living for a while. I even did a YouTube channel on it for a little while, about 2-3 years ago. It was one of my attempts at YouTube.
Yeah.
But I just couldn't keep up, and then trying to record that stuff, because those kind of YouTube channels are a lot different because they want to see shots of those things. I would spend 8 hours in a recording session and maybe get 10 minutes worth of work done because of just trying to set up the right shot and getting the shots just right. And
right, exactly.
It would take me like 3 or 4 days just to record a 10-minute video.
Yep. That's like when I go to one of the real reasons I wanted to go to this auction tonight before I knew he had the tools is he's got some old Tonka trucks.
Ooh.
And I've been looking for one, a big one that's really roached out, because my son's a paint rep and he paints cars and he does all that stuff. So I want to take one home because he's got the sandblaster and he's got all of that. And I've been watching a couple of channels that are redoing the die cast and the Tonkas. I look for a Hubley. I don't know, the Hubleys are the real big ones that the kids used to ride on in the 40s and 50s. But people still want giant money for them.
Yeah, I got a friend of mine, Alex Whaley. I've known him from back when I was blogging years ago. But he does Hot Wheels and does the refinishes on them.
Yeah. I want to start with something easy, which is bigger, something that I could still see if I wasn't wearing glasses.
Yeah. But he's been doing that for years and years and years. And I know he was doing blogging and YouTube channels on that kind of stuff. And I knew him because he and I kind of started blogging about the same time 10 years ago. And that's how we knew each other. But he was doing a lot of that kind of stuff the last time I saw him. I think he's still on YouTube. I just got to look him up again.
Yeah, that's the fun stuff, and then if I can resell it and make good money on it, great. I see some of the stuff, the befores and afters of this, the stuff that they do, and it's like,
oh yeah, they do some amazing work. I'm not quite that artistic in that style. My fun is wood. I love working with wood, and I love molding things. I like doing shapers. I have like a bunch of hand tools. I do some hand tool woodworking as well as power tools and more modern tools. And I enjoy it, and I can get lost in it for hours and hours and hours. But it's just being able to produce enough fast enough to be able to make a living doing it.
Right.
My skill level isn't quite that high. And it's something I just do because I enjoy it. And it's something I do when I have time. And like lately, I haven't pulled out my stuff in like probably a year and a half, because I've been so busy building up the Scavenger business. I haven't really had the time to work on anything. Most of what I have done in the last year has been stuff for the business, repairing a piece of furniture that I got out of a unit or something. But as far as actually going out and just making something, I haven't really had the time to do it since I've been running the business.
Yeah, I think the last thing I made is pretty simple, and I use it every week. It's the table I use to put my auction stuff on. So I made it so I can angle it anyway. Yeah. It's out of MDF.
Mm-hmm.
And, that's the last thing I did. But I use that thing so much.
Oh, I bet.
Because it's nice. I can put it in front of the camera. I can angle it down. I can angle it up. Now I have to make a bigger one. And the first time I showed it, I started using it. T and Donna said, "Oh, getting fancy now, huh? You got to make one for us." And I said, "Yeah, right." But yeah, I thought it was just easy. Now I got to make a bigger one, of course, if I want to keep doing it. But yeah, I've always loved playing with doing woodwork and stuff like that.
Oh yeah. That's kind of my crafty outlet when I have a chance to do it. But like, I love doing that kind of stuff, but having the time and then just being able to, profitability of doing it's a lot harder business to get into. It's not something you could just make a few things and then just jump right into the business. It's
right.
It's a hard business, and especially with the small stuff. If the ones that I know that are making good money at it are one doing custom work and they're doing big stuff like dining room tables, kitchen cabinets or home cabinetry and china hutches and stuff like that. But like even some of that stuff, a lot of people don't want them anymore. And I even have trouble like when I find a big wooden dresser or cabinet hutch. I actually have people asking if I have any smaller ones because they don't want anything like that anymore. And I'm like, but that's the stuff that I got.
Right. Yeah. Then that's it. You have to have an avenue to sell it. But Alexis, everybody talks about all these programs that they use. I'm still using, what is it? Movie Maker? Microsoft Movie Maker, is it? That comes
Windows with Movie Maker. That's what I used 10 years ago.
Right, Movie Maker. Like I did a video. Oh crap! You still there? Yep. I did a Facebook Live yesterday. Went to I had to go to the post office, and I went to Starbucks. I had the dog with me, and then I just filmed the whole drive home. And this morning, I put it up. It was already on Facebook, but I took it down. Well, I didn't take it down. I downloaded it, put it on YouTube, and then I took that, put it into Movie Maker, and made a short because the dog looks out the window and everybody, "Oh, so cute. Can he have a puppuccino?" Sure. Just something more for me to film. So I just took that piece and I edited 3 or 4 or 5 times, and it's so easy.
Yep.
And I made a short of Maddie eating the puppuccino. And I'll probably do another couple of shorts because the whole video is 30 minutes long. But I use Movie Maker, and it is incredibly easy because I am afraid of the learning curve to use something new. Like people say, "Why don't you use Photoshop?" And I have it. I don't have it installed because I don't have the time to learn how to use it.
Yeah. I mean, you got to have the time to learn. And I use Camtasia Studio now. I used Movie Maker when I first started. I got into Camtasia Studio mainly because it's mainly a screen recorder, but it's got its own video editor as well. And it's kind of the all-in-one package. And I started using it years ago because I was doing a lot of tutorial type videos, step by step. Back then I was doing blogging and internet marketing stuff, and I was teaching people how to set up their blogs and how to do different things on their own websites. And so I was needing something that did good screen capture. And so I wound up investing in Camtasia Studio. I haven't invested in all the upgrades since then either. I still have a 9-year-old version of it, but it works just fine for what I'm doing on YouTube. 90% of what I do on YouTube is made with that 10-year-old software that's outdated.
Right. Do you use, because I used to way back, and I used to teach my agents how to do it, Hootsuite?
I never used Hootsuite. I know a lot of people that promoted it and that used it. I never really got into doing a lot of the automation tools. I've always been, mainly because I did early on, and I kind of got caught up in some of the article marketing automation when I first started in blogging. and I kind of got burned on automation through that because it tanked almost all of my websites when the Penguin and Panda update came out in 2012. And so I got away from automation and started like, okay, let's just manually, organically grow this as fast as we can.
Right. My problem is, if you remember a month ago, I went to Facebook jail twice for a week at a time for over promoting and over posting my links. The last time I went to Craigslist because we were having a garage sale here at my house, and I got the link and I started to put it in every local Facebook group for garage sales. The St. Cloud garage sale, Kissimmee garage sale, whatever. By the fifth one, they threw me off and they said, you're abusing the system or whatever. You're too many links. You're shut off until they wanted to throw me off for a month. And I said, listen, it's a garage sale at my house. I'm posting it on garage sale groups that I'm a member of. So after 4 days, they let me back in. But Hootsuite, what I remember, you could post it there and they'll post it everywhere.
Yeah.
And
but a lot of people, and there's tools like that. If you use them right, they can be useful for getting things out to different places.
Yep.
The problem is a lot of people use them to spam.
True.
And they're spamming a lot of links to a lot of different places. And I don't think it's a bad tool. I just don't personally use it myself. I just manually go out and post things, and I don't try to post everywhere all at once. You know, I'll post out on Facebook, and I'll post like when I do this live stream. Okay, I posted on about 4 or 5 different Facebook groups, and I posted it on Twitter. Well, in a day or two, I'll go post it on Instagram and send people to the replay, and I'll post in a few more Facebook groups.
Right.
And I'll also have other posts in between that are more value-based and sharing, you know, information and, you know, just my general life and, you know, maybe clips of the kids and what we're doing so that it's not coming across as spamming the system. Right.
That's true. Yeah. The thing I used to love about Hootsuite way back is it was free.
Yeah. I don't think they have a free version, and now they have their paid version that, you know, like with the free version, you have like a limited number of access to sites and tools, and then you get more tools if you pay for their monthly subscription.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, I know it's still around and I know about it. I just don't use it myself. There was Hootsuite. There's also another one called Buffer. It does the same thing. Ripple, yeah. It does come in handy. And I used to have like 10 different Twitter accounts because I was running multiple blogs, multiple niches, different stuff. A lot of them were like small affiliate sites instead of, you know, because I did a lot of affiliate marketing back in that day. So I had like every time I went into a new niche, I set up all new social media accounts for that niche. So I had hundreds of social media accounts across all my websites.
That's cool.
And I used to use TweetDeck for managing all my Twitter accounts, and I could have like 10 different Twitter accounts all up at one time, promoting different things and talking about different things. That one was cool, but it became a pain to manage when you're trying to remember which account you're on and what you're trying to promote on this account.
Yeah, I can imagine.
And I finally decided, you know what, I need to scale back. And then the 2012, the Panda and Penguin updates of 2012 and 2013 really decimated a lot of my sites because of a lot of the tactics I used to build them up. And then as I was in the middle of learning the recovery and trying to, you know, disavow links and doing all the stuff to recover from that, my daughter was born and I didn't have time to do any of it.
Right.
And I went from I was working 17, 18 hours a day trying to, recover from Google. And then all of a sudden I couldn't work at all. So all that kind of got put aside until about 3 years ago when I started getting back into doing content and that's when I was trying to do some woodworking stuff. And then I started really studying into the reselling stuff and started trying to build the reselling business and started studying reselling. And that's when I decided to get back into content creation with YouTube. And ever since I've been back, I kind of knew eventually I would get back into content development and that side of things. And that's where I started the new channel where I'm doing content development. And a lot of it was because of people coming to me and asking questions all the time. And I was just like, oh, I know a lot about this stuff and I know a lot about what makes it work. Why don't I just start a channel on it and start working on that? And I love doing that. And I love helping people with that kind of stuff.
Right. That's cool. That is good. Well, I'm going to take off. I have to get ready and get some stuff done before I go.
Cool.
Thanks for
coming by.
Yeah, thanks for letting me come on. And I will talk to you later.
We'll see you later, Paul.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Bye, everybody. All right. So, what else is going on? Ripple. Yeah, I've never used Ripple, but I think I've heard of it. So, what else going on? Where'd Cha-Cha go? Keep hoping Cha-Cha was going to come by. Amber. I think Amber's over at use this. Bye. Thank you, Alexis. I'm still working on it. It's a work in progress. That is a king size bed sheet. Let me show you up on top. It's just a string of blue Christmas lights across the top to kind of give me a little bit of a glow back there. And still a work in progress, but I liked it a lot better. I was getting too much glare from that glossy wood paneling behind me. It was glaring too much. And it was messing with my light reflection. And I get a lot of light still coming off of, honestly, most of my lighting is coming from my monitor because with StreamYard not having a dark mode, because I use dark mode on everything except for StreamYard because StreamYard doesn't have one yet. But I get a lot of white coming off of StreamYard, and that's brightening things up a little too much. So I had to tone down my other lighting just to counteract what I'm getting off of StreamYard here on my face. But it's a lot better contrast than what we were getting before. Yeah, everything's always a work in progress, and especially around here. But video editing, you don't have to have expensive editors. There's some free open source editing software you can use. And I use on my phone, I use one called Video Shop. And because most of my content is, I don't even have a GoPro or anything like that. I have my phone and my webcam. Those are my two cameras, my phone camera and my webcam are the only two cameras I own. And everything is shot on my phone. That I have a Video Shop editor, which is a free editor. It's on the Android or the Apple store. And I do all of my editing on my phone videos with that. That's how most of my shorts have been made. And then on my computer, I can download stuff from my phone to my computer, or I can go from my webcam straight into my computer and record that way. And then I use Camtasia Studio. It's not as fancy. It doesn't have all the bells and whistles of Premiere and and some of the other software, Modavi. There's a lot of other programs out there that are a lot fancier, but I like Camtasia because of the simplicity. because it's not as complicated to use. I can't do some of the great cinematic stuff that other people do, but I can do some really, really good content with that editor. And it gives me enough tools to work with that I can do some of the things that I'm trying to do. So it's a good software to look at. And it's not super expensive, but it's a little bit pricey, but it's not super expensive. And again, like I paid for it like 10 years ago, and I haven't paid for all the upgrades. I've bought one or two here and there, but I haven't. I mean, they just came up with an upgraded version. It was like $150 earlier this year. I didn't buy it. And I don't recommend you always buy the upgrades just because they put it out there every year, because you could spend over $100 a year just on upgrades. But once you have the base program, honestly, 90% of the tools I use is the base program anyway. Multitasking, that's okay. I sent you a link. You could just jump in here. Say hi. Ooh. Amber just posted. She's got another storage unit up for sale. She's about to bin it. Congratulations, Amber. Go get it. So we're looking at buying some more units. We've been looking at some units here the last few months or last few days. I got a few on my watch list that I'm trying to keep an eye on, but I wait until I usually don't bid on units until like the last day of the auction. I don't usually bid them out ahead of time because then they just get bid up into ridiculous prices. I find if I hold off until the last hour or so of the auction, then I can usually get them for a lot cheaper. And sometimes somebody else will come in and bid them up before I bid on them, and then it's out of my range and I don't worry about it. Because I always, when I look at a unit, when I profile a unit, I set my limit. This is the maximum I'm willing to bid on this unit. If the bidding goes past that, I don't even give it a second thought. Once it's past what I set for my goal of what I was willing to pay for it, once it goes past that, that's it. I've done it one time. The first time I ever said, oh, I'm not going to pay more than this amount for this unit. And then the bidding went over that. And then I let my head get in the way. And I said, well, I'm not going to lose this unit. And I kept bidding. And I paid over $300 for a unit full of junk mail. So I have never done it again since then. That was the one and only time. That's all it took for me to learn my lesson. Once I set that limit, that's it. I don't go past that limit. Wish you could. Honey's all about privacy, and he's right here. Oh, that's all right. I get that. I understand. Some people don't want to be on YouTubers. That's okay. We're more than welcome, though. If you want to jump in later on, we'll be here for a little while. So, what other sourcings do we do? Let's see. We do storage units, of course. That's, storage scavenger. That's my moniker. That's my main bread and butter, storage units. But I've done Facebook Marketplace picking. We go and we look up stuff on Facebook Marketplace, free stuff on Facebook Marketplace. Sometimes we find really cool stuff. Sometimes we find small stuff, not just big stuff. And it's not always trash. I've found people giving away boxes of toys, and then you get into them and they're vintage toys. And it might be bits and pieces, but people don't realize that people will buy, like, especially with your vintage toys, they may be looking for those missing accoutrements, like the weapons or the things that they would hold in their hands, or even like, bits and pieces, like maybe they broke an arm off and they need just the arm. So if you can identify what that arm goes to, sometimes you can sell just that arm or just that leg or just those pieces. just the clothes off of them. Some of those different toys and action figures and stuff. You can sell stuff in pieces on eBay all the time. I see it happen, and we bought stuff that way, and we sold them in lots that way. A lot of it, more and more. I do more of my selling through our auctions here on YouTube, honestly, than I do on eBay. And I just respect is vital in a relationship. No lies. Okay, not true. You are correct. Be respectful. So anyway, I was saying, we source on Facebook, and sometimes we find free stuff on Facebook, and we'll go pick stuff up, and we'll find some cool stuff that way. I've gotten even clothes and stuff that we find on eBay that we'll then bring to auction and sell them on auction. Plush. I see people giving away stuffed animals, bags of stuffed animals, and we take them to auction and sell them. And then sometimes you'll see stuff, people throwing stuff out of the trash. We do go to thrifting to the Goodwill, and we see people that'll put stuff out for free and say, hey, if nobody picks this up, we're taking it to Goodwill. We'll drive by and pick it up. And we got people that drive around here, and we get rid of stuff that way too. Like a lot of people are like, oh, dumps, and we have to pay like $40 a mattress to dump mattresses. But I actually have people that will take the nasty used mattresses and they'll use them, or they'll clean them up, or they'll like, if they're spring mattresses, they'll take all the stuffing and everything off of them and use just the springs. So I don't have to hardly ever dump mattresses anymore, because I could post it on Facebook Marketplace and people will come to my house and take it. And we have people that drive around. Like if I have scrap metal and stuff, I have people that'll drive around and pick that stuff up and take it. And like for me, the closest scrapyard is like 40 miles away. So I can make a little bit of money hauling some of the scrap metal to the scrapyard. But honestly, by the time I pay the gas to drive it over there, it's pretty much break even. It's not worth it for me to take it to the scrapyard. So yeah, I try to get it out there. It keeps it out of the landfill. Somebody else might make a few bucks on it, but I can keep it out of the landfill, but it's still getting it out of my way. So I can put that stuff out by the road, and we have a guy that drives around with his truck and picks that kind of stuff up. Like appliances, even unworking appliances. I got a place that'll they'll pay like $40-$50 for a washer or dryer that doesn't work. So if I find a washer and dryer in a unit, I try to stay away from them. But if I happen to find one in a unit, even if they don't work, I know I can make at least $40 to $50 off of them if they don't work. And then I can, I know people that they take them, they fix them up, and then they resell them. Other sourcing, we do thrifting. I was talking about it a little bit earlier. I don't thrift a whole lot. I haven't had a whole lot of luck with thrifting, but I could be walking through a thrift store and passing by a fortune's worth of stuff and not knowing, because I'm not specialized in a lot of stuff. So there's a lot of stuff that I might know, the general idea of the category, but I don't know the individual items. And there's some stuff I've learned through experience, but I don't have hours when I'm usually at a thrift store to sit there and look up the comps on every single thing I see to see if it's worth it. And so I kind of got to go with a gut feeling and then look up a few items and see if it's worth trying to resell. Honestly, our thrift stores, the prices have gotten so high, often it's not worth doing a whole lot of. But every once in a while I take a gamble, and I found some pretty cool stuff. I've sold some stuff at our auctions recently. There was stuff that came out of thrift stores, and some of it was just I decided a while back that I wanted to stay away from clothes, but I had a whole bunch of clothes I had already bought. Some of it was stuff I'd already tried to sell and haven't been able to sell. Some of it's just, we buy storage units, and I just don't like doing clothes. So I don't go through the clothes even when I'm thrifting very often unless I find them just dirt cheap. If they're $1, if they're 50 cents, I might look at them and see if they've got anything that's worth, because then I can still make some money even at our auction prices. Yeah, that's what I was talking about, Alexis. I do the same thing. Free to Facebook Marketplace. Great place to source. Craigslist. Got to be careful on Craigslist. You still get a lot of crazy people on there, but you can find some free stuff on Craigslist too. Dumpsters, doing dumpster runs, especially, we used to live in an apartment complex and there's a bunch of college kids and they would leave freaking furniture and all kinds of stuff for free right there at the dumpster, and they just leave it outside the dumpster, and it's expensive stuff that's in really nice shape, and they just leave it behind because they didn't want to haul it home. Yeah, try donation, because sometimes people do donations, sometimes people do free to pick up, different things. Try Craigslist, try free to pick up, try what's the other one that I type in? There's a few phrases I'll type in just to look and see what people are doing. You got to be careful on any online platform, especially where you're going to meet people. Craigslist, Facebook, any of those, you do have to have some caution. I never do any deals on Facebook where they come to my house. Never. I will always meet them somewhere. Now, sometimes I might have them meet me at my storage unit, and I've actually made some sales that way because I've had people meet me. Say I was doing a piece of furniture, and I had some people meet me at my storage unit where it was stored, and they saw other stuff in my storage unit while they were there that they purchased at the same time. So is it a cool way to up your sales a little bit if you have a storage unit? But I never invite them to my home. Usually we have a grocery store just a few blocks away. We have Walmart that's just a few blocks away. We have a few other public places. We have a police station that's a few blocks away, and they allow us to do a meetup. They have an area designated for people to do marketplace meetups and stuff. So we'll do something like that where it's a public place. There's other people, and we only do it during the daytime. We never do meetups at night. We only do it during the daytime when there's other people around in it. And we also, especially with everything, we always wear a face mask. With this climate right now, face mask only. And we do it that way because there's too many complications that can arise with not being safe with it. And then I also only do local pickup. So if they want to meet me, and I try to post in my local groups that are right here local to us, but still, we live in the just south of the Austin metro area, and there's some people that'll follow our local groups, and then they want me to drive to the other side of the metro area to deliver something. And unless you're paying me a lot of money, if you're buying a piece of furniture from me that's listed for $1,500 and you want me to drive 45 minutes to drop it off, I might be willing to do that. But if you want me to drive 45 minutes one way, so an hour and a half round trip, to drop off a $10 item, you're out of your freaking mind. I'm not going to spend $50 in gas to drop off a $10 item. Now, if you want to drive and spend $50 of your own money to pick up a $10 item, you're more than welcome to. I'll sell it to you. But I'm not going to drive all the way over there to hand deliver it to you and then drive all the way home and spend more than you just paid me just in the gas alone. It's ridiculous. But I have people that want me to do that all the time. And I have in there, must pick up in Lockhart, which is where it's in my description. Must pick up in Lockhart. But people still want me to drive 45 minutes to an hour away to drop something off that I sold on Marketplace. Hey, Boatman. We're just hanging out, chatting about reselling, having a good day. Hope you had a great weekend. If anybody got any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. We kind of having an open discussion. I just thought I'd give people a place to hang out, chill, and chat, get away from all the craziness going on the auctions today. I know there's a lot of auctions going on. There's a lot of people doing live streams in and out. So I just thought I'd have an open forum, give places a place to go and chat. Jessica's going to be relieving me here in just a few minutes. She's got lunch. She's eating hers right now. She's going to relieve me for a few minutes so I can grab mine real quick, and then she'll hang out and chat with everybody. I invited a bunch of people to join us, but so far I've only had 1 or 2 people show up. And that's okay. So has anybody got something you want to talk about? Anybody got a topic you want to chat about, or questions about sourcing, or things that you want to know more about, questions about YouTube? Oh. So checking my emails, see if anybody wrote me back. I sent a lot of people out. Louis emailed me back. He said he might be able to come by this evening, but he's traveling right now. So that's okay. It's kind of a busy weekend, but we're just hanging out, chilling and chatting. Invited some resellers to come by and chat about their sourcing and what kind of stuff they look for, what kind of stuff they like to do. Me personally, I don't like clothes. That's the one thing, and that's one thing we get a lot of. That's why when we get clothes, we auction them off. Whatever doesn't go for sale in an auction, we will donate usually, or we trash them. I don't list clothes, period. I tried listing clothes when we first started, and so far, out of the probably several hundred pieces of clothes I've listed over the last couple of years, maybe 3 or 4 of them have actually sold. It's just not worth it for the time I have to put into it for stuff that's going to sit there and not ever sell. It's not worth the time for me. I'd rather put, items up there that might sit there for 2 or 3 months, but I know they'll sell, rather than having to spend. I mean, and especially with the new item specifics, they make it so bloody complicated on eBay to list clothing. I just did some the other day, and it took me over an hour to do one listing over an hour. And I was just like, this is getting too ridiculous. And if it's something I can sell for $100, $200, it might be worth the time to do that. But if it's something that's going to sell for $5, well, just the time to create the listing alone was worth more than my $5 worth of my time. Much less the time I spent sourcing, cleaning, getting it ready to list, doing the research, all of the other things I had to do to sell that one piece. Yeah, it may not have been a huge amount of time, but all that time adds up to where I've got 2 or 3 hours worth of time invested in selling this one piece to make $5. My time's worth more than $5 an hour, more than $2 an hour. And so, I got to balance out my time. If I can't sell it for at least an average rate of being able to make at least $10 to $20 an hour, I charge more than that for consulting work on YouTube. Whenever I consult with people, I do one-on-one consulting with people on their YouTube channels, and I charge more than $20 an hour for my consulting. So why would I spend, my time on making $2 an hour when I could spend that time making over $20 an hour? It wouldn't be worth it for me. But I know people that do that, and they think it's fine. They don't value their time enough to make it worth doing that. Or maybe they found shortcuts that I don't know. I know that there's also other systems. There's other platforms besides eBay. I'm not getting into all that. And some of them don't have the item specifics that eBay requires. That's part of what's crazy with eBay right now. These changes to the item specifics some of them are just ridiculous. And some of them, as a reseller, unless you have stuff that's brand new, you don't have some of the details that they want in the item specific. But yeah, after spending an hour trying to list one or two items, that was just ridiculous for me anyway. And I've gotten more and more away from eBay listing and more into my auctions and just selling stuff on Facebook Marketplace and moving stuff that way. That's kind of where I've made my turn. And I don't know. I don't know what other people are doing. So, I know other people are using Macari. Poshmark, the social sharing aspect kind of scared me away. I haven't really tried very much on Poshmark again. And whenever Poshmark, they just recently opened up Poshmark to more general merchandise. Before, it was pretty much strictly clothes, and what we were just talking about, I hate listing clothes. So it wasn't worth it for me to spend a lot of my time listing something I hate listing and doing it on a platform that I hate doing. So, this has always been something it's a fun employment job. And if it's not fun, it's not something I'm going to waste my time on. So, and eBay has become unfun. It can still be fun with certain categories. And that's the stuff that I focus on. I enjoy stuff that are odd. Like, I love my collectibles. I love these weird little things like my leather rhinoceros that is about to be listed. I'm actually already started working on the draft for this one. I've been doing my research. I've been looking into it. I've been writing up my draft and writing up my sales copy for it. I love listing stuff like that. I think it's cool. I think it's a nice find. I love how that kind of stuff lists. I love to list that kind of stuff. But clothes, nah, I don't like it. Shoes, I can do shoes. They're a pain, but I can do shoes. There's Jessica. Hello, Jessica.
Hello, everyone. How's it going? Hi, Alexis. Hi, Boatman. Boop. Oh, now you get it over here. A minute ago, I came in and oh, that's so funny. Sorry, I just finished eating some lunch.
Have a good lunch?
Yeah. Whataburger is always a good lunch.
Whataburger. Texas favorite.
It was big and I'm full. I'm stuffed. It's almost like eating a stuffed turkey almost.
Yep.
Anyways, what did I come in?
Oh, Texas, just what? Randomly talking. Oh, he left.
What was it?
Huh?
What was the name?
Nunya, Texas in the back 20. I actually met them at Adrian's live stream just a couple of days ago.
Oh.
Alexis has been here. Boatman came by. So we've had some people coming by, some people come in and out. So,
well, that's pretty cool. I know that sorry I haven't been on there. What's been going on with James? I've had him doing holiday stuff all week long. He went and he got me my Christmas tree that I've been on him about. He went and
I need to get out.
oh, hold on. Where are you going?
I've been on for 2 hours.
Okay.
And I got to go get rid of some coffee.
Okay. Well, guess what, guys? You have me at the moment. James just decided he was going to go leave. How do you like our new background? Pretty cool, huh? Yeah. But anyways, I've had James doing a whole bunch of stuff. I've had him just doing a lot of Christmas stuff. He hasn't been a too happy person, that's for sure. Yeah, I'm doing okay. Actually, today I've just been kind of hanging out in the background, taking care of the kids. We don't have a nurse today, so it's been something else. I was planning on hopefully coming by and talking with everybody, but see, I am right now. James had to step away for a second. Plus, he hasn't eaten all day. That's not right, right? But okay, Alexis. I guess Alexis went already. But so how's everybody's Thanksgiving going? Have y'all tired of the turkey yet, or y'all could eat more turkey? Well, thank you. I think he needs to put some kind of like red back there, some kind of like a shape, maybe like the storage scavenger shape or something. I have his Christmas present already. He doesn't know what it is. That should be interesting. I don't know if he has mine, but I can tell you I have mine. Hi, Foundations for you. I'm glad you were able to join us. I'm glad y'all are able to join us today. But anyways, I've just been sitting here. I was so excited to just be here with y'all today. I'm glad that y'all are able to stop by because I know that Donna and them are doing the like everybody's doing that auction today. And I know that people have been coming in and out. We just wanted to give somewhere where a platform is. I want to ask y'all though, how many of y'all do estate sales? Any of y'all do estate sales out there? Or do y'all what's that other word that I always hear? Like, you know, when you go in and you go and get you go in and you go in towards the end of the estate sale, and when you go into the end of the estate sale, you get like a full price. Oh, you're at work for Thanksgiving. Is that all weekend long that you're at work? Are you at work right now, Boatman? But anyways, my question to you is after you go into the estate sale and y'all, you know, there's still stuff left over, do y'all, oh, you do estate sales? So what exactly do you do? Yeah, Grimes, how do you do that? I always wondered about that. Maybe you can tell. Well, you can let me know later, but I was wondering about that. I was wondering how you do the estate buyouts. You just go in there in person, or do you just go in there in person and talk to them, or do you just go in there and you just kind of look through everything and then talk to them at that time that you buy everything? I'm just wondering. I was curious because I've always heard about the people that go in there and do the buyouts like you do. And I like to do estate sales, but I don't know anything about buyouts, neither does James. We were thinking about maybe doing a dumpster diving thing, but I don't know. Oh, you ate prime rib. Okay. And Flippin' Frozen, what do you do? What exactly do you do when you do the estate sales? Oh, I didn't even know there was a list. See, you're teaching me new stuff, Grimes. I had no clue that there was actually a buyout list. Oh, okay. That's good to know too. I always wondered because I've been hearing, especially around here, I've been hearing how some people will go and then they'll just go. Hi, Christy. Guess
Hey,
who I have?
Justin.
Guess who I have? I have
Long time no
Grimes
see.
here. I don't have a car, so in small town, I'm limited to do 2 thrift stores and a retail arbitrage at Walmart and Dollar General. Oh yeah, Walmart. I was just in there yesterday at Walmart twice. I picked up what did I pick up? Something for Emily, and it was actually an 18 months that was a boy's. Total wrong gender over here. But anyway, so I was just wanting to I had no idea. Did you know that there was a list? Grimes was saying that there's a list. I was asking about estate sales and how do you like go in there? Do you just like go in there and look and then talk to them about doing it? Because he says he does buyouts. And I was always wondering about that. I didn't know that there was a buyout list. So he was telling me that there's a buyout list and then you just go.
Yeah, you have to know the right contacts. That's part of why I wanted Louis to come on too, because he does a lot of estate sales, and that's one of the things I was going to talk to him about is how he gets into estate sales. And
Well, see, Grimes is telling you how to do it right here. Well, you know what, Grimes? Thanks, Justin. Just thanks. I'm sorry because I see Grimes over there. Justin, and then now I want to call you Mr. Justin, but you're not a Mr. You're about the same age as I am. But I've always wondered about that, and me and James have too, because I've always asked him, "Hey, James, let's go to an estate sale." So
yeah, you have to know when and where they are, and sometimes you can find them. I see them on Facebook Marketplace sometimes listed, or on Craigslist. But I know that there's lists that you can get on that you get just like we get notified. We're on the list for some of the storage facilities when they're doing live auctions. They notify us. It's the same thing with estate sales. You have to find out who does the estate sales and get on their contact list that they'll notify you when they have one coming up.
that's interesting. I'm glad that you found that funny, Justin. I'm so sorry. I was gonna call you Mr. I was gonna call you Mr. Grimes and Mr. Justin. I was like, wait a second, his name's Justin. But well, that's good to know. So Justin, when one of the questions I guess I should have for you, or even Flippin' Frozen, when y'all go in there, do y'all pay full price for the whole estate sale, or do they give y'all a discount?
Usually,
when you
like,
clean it
when
out,
you're doing a buyout, you like offer them a certain amount for the whole thing.
Is that how it works?
There's Cha-Cha.
Hi, Cha-Cha. It's just a question I have. I just didn't know. I know that.
Do you think we have our hands full with a storage unit? Heck, a estate sale, you're going to get more stuff than what we get with a storage unit.
I know. Heck no. I was just wondering.
There's different ways too. I know Trish talks about she does where they get to go in and like pick an estate sale.
Ah, okay. I wondered about that. See, it's a full-blown negotiation every single time. So I was just wondering.
Yeah, you have to negotiate for the whole estate.
Oh, that's interesting.
Or how you're going to handle it.
Yeah, or how you handle it. I'm stuffed. Justin, we had Whataburger, although James hasn't had Whataburger yet. But I was nice enough to bring him some. So what other questions do I have? I know that one was one of the questions. Justin, do you ever do the retail arbitrage too? Or do you do a little bit of it all? Dumpster driving?
He did
retail?
that big toy haul lot that he just got. See, you should watch his videos.
Hey,
he got a huge.
I cannot. Although I did see part of your Justin. I did see part of your video with your wife the other day. She kept on saying storage scavenger. Who's that? And you were like, James. Or who's James? Storage scavenger. Oh, storage scavenger. So I did see that.
That was.
But I came in. I was watching part of your live stream, but I didn't get to see the whole lot. Yeah, I wondered about that. I'm sure they don't want to haul it off. It's kind of like being in a storage room where they where everybody just leaves it because they don't want to haul it off a little bit.
Yeah. But you're usually also looking at huge
Oh, okay.
quantities of stuff, and
Hydrogen peroxide?
yeah.
Yeah.
Now they don't have the warehouse anymore. They're looking for stuff that they can do out of their garage.
Yeah, Justin, he's talking about you because I was just asking. No, I remember. I'm so sorry to hear about. I saw it all. James was showing me since you had filmed it. He came in and showed me everything. So we really think about you, and you're always on our mind. In fact, we had wanted to get together with you the last time we were in Dallas because we were in there October, November, but we knew you were busy too. So I don't know.
When we were there, I was going to try to get together with him, but that was the same. It was like 2 days after Caden broke his leg.
Yeah, and then so we didn't want to. Thank you. You too. You have a great weekend. If you get bored, come by and see us again. But I've always been interested in that. And then the dumpster diving. Right now I'm trying to get James to go dumpster diving. He's never been dumpster diving before. So
I was actually talking about it earlier.
You were
saying that we're planning on doing it.
Yeah, I've been trying to.
We got one of our friends that does dumpster diving, and they're going to show us all the good spots around here to go and where we can go and where we can't go. Because there's some places that don't allow it, and there's some places that do.
Yeah, I know that. Oh, thank you, Justin. We loved y'all too. I you know, that left a memory on us, and
we've also been rescheduling. We've planned to go to Dallas like 5 times this year.
Yeah, we did. We had
and then something's happened, and we've had to change our plans and cancel because of the Rona and all of that. We wound up having to cancel a lot of our trips.
I'm sending oh yeah, the mug came out of a storage bucket. That's the mug that I was telling y'all about, that he found a mug and it's Christmas related. But yeah, so we rescheduled Dallas like 5 times. Do the places that don't allow it. Well, I've actually been dumpster diving. My mom was really she was into it, but not that into it. So what she would do is she used to work for inside one of those retailer shops, and right next to it was Bath and Body Works, and then Radio Shack was right next to it. Oh, what else was right next to it? There was I know Target was in that strip mall, but we didn't do Target. But I do know, there was some kind of like a dress shop that was right next to it too. But anyways, they would always, towards the end of the night, she was selling insurance. She was in insurance. So it was kind of funny. But anyways, every night during the day, she would see, people would go in and out, and she had to come in through the back door because there was a back door to the property, and she would see them dropping stuff off, and she'd be like, Jessica, guess what I just saw outside? What? And I go, they just did a whole rack of clothes, the little clothes racks, that you set the clothes racks on, or they just threw out a whole bunch of lotion and all this stuff. But she usually went for the furniture that they would throw out. So she would go in and she'd be like, guess what we're doing tonight? What, Mom? Well, we're going to go. All right. Sounds good, Justin. I'll see you in a little bit. So anyway, she would go and she's like, we're going to go and we're going to go pick that stuff up. And I'd be like, Mom, no, I don't want to do it. It's too heavy. It looks too heavy. Well, that's kind of how I was too. I would go in there. I would be all like this, hiding, like and I'd be like, okay, I'll be the lookout. And so I'd be the lookout, and then I'd see a car and I'd like duck under. Because I didn't know if you were allowed to do that or not, but my mom didn't care. She'd just do it. And then so we would take it, and then she'd go back. There were like a couple of things. I think they did clothes racks, like clothes, the iron clothes racks that people get. And we got a couple of them doing that. And then, you know, if a store would go out of business, you know, then she would do something too. But then I also lived in an apartment complex, and you should have seen her at my apartment complex. It would come down to about this time, around this time, and around towards the end of school. All these people are moving out, you know, for Christmas, and they're taking the break and everything. So she would see all these neat things. And I even had a friend who lived in an apartment, and she would go dumpster diving too. She would like go in there and she'd get some pictures and stuff. Some really nice one. I think one of them was that famous kissing picture, the one where the nurse and the sailor, she got found that inside the dumpster. And so she took it, and she found some really interesting stuff. But I have to agree that it's not for the faint of heart. I don't know if James would be his first time out. He'd probably be hiding, or I don't know. I mean, like I said, it's kind of fun to do, but at the same time, you're kind of like, I hope it's okay that we're not going to get stopped or anything like that. Because like James says, there are some places that don't let you do that. Hi, Angie. Nice seeing you. And so anyways, I used to do that. And then I remember getting inside the dumpster. I would go like this, making sure I didn't stink, after I climbed out, because my mom would be like, well, I can't get in there. So she would make me get in the dumpster. I remember getting in the dumpster one year. So that actually put, oh, yours are all locked up. Well, I know that some of them are locking them up, but people are still doing it around here. I just don't know what are the other ones. But I can tell you, like, the apartment complexes, they don't lock theirs up. So you might be able to find some. And then, of course, people also will put their stuff out on the side of the curb, and then, you can pick up whatever it is over on there. But I've had fun. I don't know if they lock all of theirs up, but we do. I haven't done it in years, so it'll be interesting. Hi, how's it going? I'm here in front of James. Now, if anybody's wondering where my elusive husband's at, I went and I forced him to go get something to eat. He hasn't had breakfast. He hasn't had lunch. So I told him, why don't you go and you go get something to eat real fast? I'm going to go ahead and cover for you. I think he just had some, I think he just went in. I don't know what he had. I think I bought him some onion rings. So go in him. He'll be back in like a few minutes. But anyways, is there any questions that y'all might want to ask me, since y'all have just had me, no James, no nothing going on over here? I can't really talk resale except for the estate sales. What all do y'all do? But I know I saw someone say retail arbitrage. We've done a little bit of the retail arbitrage. We found some really good stuff. I didn't even think about doing retail arbitrage with some of the stuff for Black Friday. But what do y'all think about this PlayStation 5? Let's talk about that. Yeah, I agree. He needs to eat. Have y'all, I don't know, over here in Texas, I don't know about up north, but I can tell you here in Texas, that PlayStation 5 is going big time. Like, I know that people have been buying them for like $300-$400, and they're selling right now online on eBay for about $1,200-$1,100. That's like a big markup, guys. And I know I talked to somebody yesterday about it, one of the like GameStop employees, and they were saying that that's going to be cracked out. Hopefully they're going to get some more out, but they were saying that they don't think that's going to last for very long, because Sony's going to make some more PlayStation 5s, but we'll see what happens with that. But I've also seen online where they were saying one PlayStation went up for a bid for $39,000. $39,000. What? Would y'all pay that? I wouldn't. I just told them, and for the $1,100 PlayStation 5, I'd wait till it was like $400 or $500, $300 or $400 again. I ain't paying no $1,200, $1,100 for a PlayStation 5. You can forget that. They can just wait. That's all I have to say. But I don't know. Right? I don't know, flipping frozen. I don't know if that was with free shipping, but I am all for anybody who went and got some and made a profit out of it. I guess I'm just not. Yeah, right. I wouldn't pay that, but there are people that are out there that will, and that would, if you can source PlayStation 5, I would say go and do it, because that's how much they're going for over here. I don't know how much they are going up north. I don't know what they're doing on the east and west coast, but I can tell you what they're doing here in Texas, and they're a hot commodity right now. So that, and then I think they said the new Xbox sold out, but not like the PlayStation 5. I heard through the guy from GameStop that's over here close to our house, they only had two. And so I was telling my son, hey, let's go. Maybe we can go at 5 o'clock in the morning. He was like, no. Well, I'm glad I didn't wake up. $39 for it. Well, I've heard there's some bugs with it, so I don't know. But I was going to say that the person at GameStop said that the first two people in line were there on Wednesday night. So they actually stayed over for Thanksgiving all day, Thanksgiving, just to grab the PlayStation 2. Those two people did. So they spent Thanksgiving together. I think that is just ridiculous. I mean, if I want it, if it's meant to be, it's meant to be. If it's not, it's not. But I just didn't know how the PlayStation 5, and that would be, I guess that's a real good retail arbitrage, because I hear there's bots going out and people are really upset about it. I don't know if James knew anything about that, about how much those PlayStation 5s were going for, but that's what we're discussing right now. That's a great resale arbitrage, flipping frozen, if you can grab one. I know, look at these little cute curls. I can't bring myself to cut them. He's so cutie. He's a cutie pie, and he looks like, right now, he's got the color of James's hair. But so anyways, I'm sure Justin Grimes would agree with that too. that would be one of the things that y'all want to do. So if y'all can score one, heck, I say go for it. Would I do that? Yeah, I did. I brought help, right?
He's my supervisor.
He's your supervisor. Did you also go, Oak?
Uh-huh.
Oh, see, he's back. I need to get back because Emily right now is, I think, by herself. So I'm going to let y'all go. I'll come back a little bit later on.
That is not a toy.
And y'all can leave a message on the comments. I know, right? They're paying big, crazy prices. And it's crazy. But I mean, if you can score one, I say all these resellers who can do it, go it. But the hard thing is I know that they've got bots, and they're constantly scanning for new ones. Now, I did hear that they may bring some online starting for Cyber Monday. So if y'all are still needing one, y'all might want to look. They're saying it's looking promising because Sony is saying that they're going to try to get it in. So, all right, guys, I better go. See y'all later.
Yay,
Although James is going to have to leave and let me out. I think he's holding me captive.
No, it's just the way we're set up.
Oh, he says no, it's just the way that we set up. He's kind of holding me captive. He's just in the way for a second. All right. I'll see y'all in a little bit.
Sorry, I had to get out of the way. Gotta go get some burgers. All right, Amber. Yep. So yeah, we've been looking into doing estate sales as well as everything else that we're doing, trying to expand and trying to figure out how to get stuff moving. You like the new background color? I like that new navy blue. It's just a bed sheet. That's all it is. King size sheet. We have some Christmas lights going across the top to kind of give it that little bit of a glow. Very inexpensive, but new setup because we're trying to get the color. I didn't like that bright wood color that was behind us. So I'm still working on that. And I picked this up the other day, but it's not quite working the way I thought it would. It's a little Christmas light, but it doesn't really show up on that dark color. I was hoping it would show up, but it doesn't show up on the dark color on the background. But it's a little Christmas carousel, and it's a red color, and the red doesn't show up as well on the backdrop there. But yeah. Oh, yeah, Jessica had to relieve me for a few minutes, so ooh. So what's everybody else doing? Boatman. Yeah, that was Jesse. Jesse's he's almost 2 now. He's growing. He's getting a lot bigger, harder to tote around. So what is everybody else up to this fine weekend? Let me know down in the chat what y'all are up to this weekend and what's going on besides just hanging out on YouTube. We got some people hopefully maybe coming by. So I invited some people to join me here on the stream. Yeah. So we've been going around. One of the things we've been looking at is, Jessica was talking about it with Grimes, is estate sales. And you can find some really, really cool stuff going through estate sales. And she doesn't know as much as I've put into it already, been learning a little bit about how to go into doing estate sales. Hello, Gina Bina. Hope you and Tootsie are having a fantastic weekend. So, but yeah, we've been looking at getting into doing some estate sales here and there. There's a few ways of doing them. You can go in and just pick the estate sales and buy things individually, or you can go in and do an estate sale buyout. There's a lot of ways to do them. The thing with us is having the space. If we do a full estate buyout, having the upfront cost to do it, because you're looking at sometimes hundreds or thousands of dollars to invest into it, and then being able to move all that stuff, just like doing a big storage unit. You got to be able to move all that stuff and sort it and sell it and do all the stuff to profit off of it, but it can be hugely profitable, even doing, auctions and stuff like that. You can sell individual items, and I've been looking into high bid. I know a lot of people on YouTube are doing high bid auctions. I've been looking into it and trying to figure out how their system works and how to set it all up and what all I have to have in place to set it up. Because I know a lot of people doing really well. I know Justin uses high bid. I know several other people. Rob from Second Sense uses high bid. So I've been looking into that as well as an alternative platform to do some auctions and do some selling, and seeing how that system whole system works and how to set it up and organize it, and doing more of those kind of listings. And because the individual auctions are nice and they can be fun, but they're also quite time consuming. For me to do an auction here on YouTube, a lot of people don't realize there's a lot of work beforehand, there's a lot of work afterwards. And some of those auction lots, we just, for us to do an auction here on YouTube where we make a couple of $100 versus, doing where we could do it on high bid and maybe make a few $1,000s. Yeah, we have to do a lot more work to set it all up, but we are looking at possibly setting that up and doing some individual items here and there, and then doing some lots of things that we could do as groups. So, we're looking at different avenues of reselling besides just YouTube auctions, and growing our reselling platforms and growing how we're doing things. We've been at it for a little over a year now. We've learned a lot in the last year, but we still got a lot more to learn, and that's for sure. And I'm learning more every day as we continue diving into the business and understanding how it all works. And we really, I kind of wanted to have this time to come and chat with people and, appreciate the support that other people have given us as we've grown and as we've learned. And as we continue learning and continue growing as a seller, and as we continue being able to, do more for the community and growing our own community and getting it out there. So and let's see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wow. So there's like 7 other live streams active right now. Wow, that's cool. So what is everybody else up to? What are we gonna do? My voice is getting shot already, y'all. I've only been on for 3 hours. So, but we're enjoying it. One of the things that we have been doing, we've been trying to move some of the artwork. So I've been doing a lot more research into the artwork. We do believe, I don't know if those of y'all that saw our live stream where we showed off some of the artwork we had. One of the things we have is a poster from a French movie, and we do believe it's an original. We're not sure yet. We still have to get it officially authenticated. But if so, if it's an original, it could be worth several $1,000s, and we got to figure out how we're going to sell it. We've got the big painting that we showed off. And that big painting, we've got some feelers out right now. We got some people doing some research for us on it. And trying to get some of the artwork that we've picked up. We're always picking up artwork in these storage units, and we just kind of let it collect. Now we've got a pretty big collection of artwork, and we're talking about, maybe doing a art auction or taking it to a gallery or to a auction house and letting them sell it for us. So that's one of the options we're looking at. And yeah, we'll have to give them a cut, but they might be able to sell it for more than I can for myself with the limited contacts that I have right now. And I do have some stuff out there. So, what kind of stuff are we always looking for? We're looking for, for me, I like the collectibles, and I like listing the collectibles, and I like being able to do the collectible stuff, and they're fun. And, we learn a little bit more about the history, and we found some cool stuff through these storage units as just in the collectibles. And but sometimes you gotta know what you're looking at, because some of the collectibles we find are collectible, and some of them are so heavily mass produced they're not really as collectible as they were advertised to be. So that's one of the fun parts of it, though, is sorting through all that stuff. We've got clothes. We got this last storage unit that we did. We're finding more clothes, and I found more shoes uh, out of some other storage units that we hadn't ever sorted through as we're digging into our pile of our storage unit that we have all of our stuff stored in. And let's see. Oh, the big JVC stereo system. I still haven't got it listed yet, but I'm going to be listing it probably on Facebook Marketplace because I don't want to mess with shipping on it. But it's in pretty good shape. It was just a stereo though. It's just radio. It doesn't have a CD or DVD or any kind of external audio. It's just radio. But it's a pretty good stereo system. It's a pretty big stereo system. And we found that in that last unit that we just went through, that we picked up in San Antonio. And, we've already doubled our money on that unit, and we have barely patterns. Yeah, I know you are big on the patterns. And so far, I've only found like a handful of patterns. And I told you I sold some on eBay just about a month or two ago. I had some that I had listed on eBay that were sold, but I don't find patterns all that often. And maybe it's just just the units that we've been buying, but I just haven't found a whole lot of them. I found maybe a dozen of them since we started. And if we find any, you're one of the people on my list of people, if I find some, to let you know we have some available, because I know you do well with the patterns. And I'm always looking at them. I'm looking for uncut patterns. And especially as I'm thrifting or as I'm going to yard sales and stuff, I keep an eye out for them. Welcome back, Adrian. Hope you're having a great day. So, back. What's up?
Oh, what are we talking about? Oh, there's Adrian.
Donna does real well with finding old patterns and stuff.
What kind of old patterns?
Like sewing patterns.
Oh,
like McCall's
really?
patterns. And
hey, we have some of those, or we did, unless he sold them.
Yeah, look for sewing machines, because if they have sewing machines, they more than likely will have patterns. Yeah, I do. I think the same way when I look at a storage unit. I'm thinking of what other accoutrements might have with it.
Hi, Gina.
So,
hi, Adrian. Yeah, I stopped in for just a few seconds. I had Jesse with me, and then went to go give him some tea, and he dropped it all over the floor and stuff.
Yeah, he was throwing everything on the floor when I was in there.
Mm.
He thought it was fun.
So what are we talking? Just patterns and stuff right now?
Yeah, we were talking about patterns.
Is there like I guess there's a big need for them because of the crafters and stuff. Y'all think? And I guess they're doing a whole bunch of those face masks.
Well, there's a lot of people that are, sewing their own clothes and a lot of the vintage patterns. A lot of people like those vintage patterns. Some of them are collectible, and
some of them are really nice. So
some of them were nice clothes. And, some of those clothes they go in trends and they go in waves and they come back in style, and
yeah.
So the patterns for them become popular again.
I like the old children's patterns. Like I don't know. I can't explain it. I think I saw them last year where the old type with with the plaid with the little apples and stuff, little monkeys.
I'm not a fan of plaid, y'all. I've never been a fan of plaid.
It could be a solid color, like the corduroy looking stuff. I don't know. Some of the women may know what I'm talking about. And if not, I would have to show you a picture of what I'm talking about. James, go pull up a picture now. But I really I fell in love with some of those kid patterns, especially the older ones, but not the ones that look like smocks. Oh yeah, there's some that look like smocks. Y'all know what I'm talking about, like the little white smock thing. Anyways,
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't know. Maybe they do.
Yeah, some schools still teach sewing. Crafters love it, and there's a huge crafter community here on YouTube, and they love buying supplies. Usually, when we get crafting supplies, they go pretty quick.
Yeah, you're right. I have a sewing machine that I've had for years and have not yet to pick it up.
It's always over here. It's been moved around about 1,000,000 times, but it's never actually been turned on.
Yeah, it's an old sewing machine too. Supposedly it did his Boy Scout
patches and stuff,
and that's hard to get through. Those patches are. But do we still have any Boy Scout patches, or they all gone now?
I think that last lot was the last of. I think I got a handful left still somewhere. I just got to find some more of them.
Yeah,
we sold a bunch of them off. I donated some back to the Boy Scouts a few months ago, and then I started selling them in lots at auctions, and I've sold off a lot of them.
That is a funky looking hat. Where'd you find that hat from? Have you shown that off
one
yet?
Of the storage units.
Have you shown that to anybody?
No.
Why don't you go over there and show this hat? I've been eyeing it for the last few minutes. This is such a funky. No, it's funky looking, guys. This is a funky looking hat. I don't know.
My hats don't do very well, so I don't show them very often.
Well, I don't think it's a nice looking hat. I just think it's funky looking. It's like so psychedelic. Look at that. That is a funky looking hat, is it not?
Got the skulls
it's so
on
weird.
It's got faces on it.
Look
at that face.
That is such a weird hat. Now look at the bottom. I think it has a skull on the bottom too.
Yeah, it's even got more patterns on the inside.
That has to have a unique person to wear something like that, I will say.
It's a size large. It's a fitted hat. It's 1333 mined.
Right? Funky hat. I've never seen a hat like that. It kept on drawing my attention every single time.
It doesn't look like it. It doesn't have any sweat stains or anything. It looks like it's pretty new. 1333 Mina. I don't know who that is. What that is.
I've never heard of the brand. Oh yeah, look, it still had the tag, the little thing on it. It is like so freaking funky.
Established 1895.
You should get a projector with your symbol on it in the back of you.
Yeah, but that's the wrong color of screen. That's the thing is the projections won't show up on that dark color. I would need a
Well, if it
light
was red.
color.
No, but anyways, I had to show you that funky hat. Google the brand name.
That red doesn't.
Google the brand name. They're asking you to Google the brand name. Sorry, didn't mean to. Here, I'll go Google it real fast for him. Heck, I don't even know what the brand name is. Is that NEBB or N33 or
it's that right there?
Oh, okay. Let's see.
GOOVIN Bros. Oh wow.
What?
$79.
Oh, shoot.
$49. I don't see that particular one though.
Oh shoot! I was the wonder.
Oh, it's an R Gurin. $99, $49.
Okay, I bet you didn't even think that hat was worth anything. I wouldn't have thought so, but it's an interesting looking hat. So you never know.
I don't see one with that particular style.
425 for that one.
Yeah, that's a listing price, not necessarily
I know.
A sold listing price. Actually, let's go to eBay.
Hold on, he's looking it up.
Gurin Bros. Mina 1933 hat. These are sold listings, so let's get down here. Go to sold items.
$60.
See, $19.99. That's 104 or best offer, so you don't know what the actual offer was. Ooh, there's one.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. That's the same hat.
Well, look at that.
Pre-owned. That's crazy. $59, y'all. Y'all gonna see this.
$59 for this crazy hat. The crazy hat.
Let me screen share this. Hold on. Y'all, here it is right here on eBay. Sold listings on eBay for $59.99 for that exact same hat.
The one that's been catching my attention ever since I walked in here.
I just found it in a box that came out of a storage unit. I hadn't even looked it up yet. It's just been sitting there.
It's been sitting there, and your wife is the one that said here. It's just, they got to see this funky looking hat that's just like catching my attention. See? That's right, Gina, right?
Anything odd looking is
I know it.
I know it is. I've got so many other things I'm doing. I just haven't gotten around to looking that one up yet.
Freaking hat.
I would have looked it up eventually, but yeah. That hat's a $59 hat.
And like you said, it doesn't look like it's even been worn.
Yep.
Okay. Now that I've got y'all's interest in the hat and everything. Yeah, I've been told that, Gina. I can go into the store and pick out the most expensive thing out of the freaking store.
Yeah, she will. She'll go into a store and she'll decide, hey, we need to buy this. And it's, of course, the highest priced item in the entire store.
I don't even know how I do it either. I'll be intentionally not even trying.
But that's why you have to look everything up. Because, I mean, it was in with a bunch of other hats. And most of the other hats were worth like, maybe $5.
But now, Gina, you probably got him going to him. He might actually list that really soon, especially.
It'll
for
go in my
what?
pile of.
Christmas.
It'll go in my big pile of stuff that I've got to get listed. It'll get listed eventually.
You should do it now so it gets listed. For
I'm not
Christmas.
gonna list it right now. I'm on a live stream.
Well. Hey, they probably won't want you listed while you're live streaming. I'm just saying. Right, he is. He's going to sell it probably.
Yeah, I'll have to put it up. I'll have to. One of the things I need, honestly, is a mannequin head that I can use for hats and things. I have a whole bunch of wigs and hair extensions and stuff that I found in the last
Here's
unit.
my mannequin head right here.
No, that's my personal head, not a mannequin head.
Oh,
I'm not a mannequin.
Well, you are now.
They don't want it after it's been on my nappy head. That's why you want a mannequin. It's not a live person's head.
Well, then just here.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna. She wants me to use Clorox wipes on my head.
No, for that hat. There's your mannequin head. I'll just draw 2 eyes and there's your mannequin right there.
A lampshade.
Right.
That's what my head's for, I guess.
Well, I tried. I mean, Donna did a really good thing with the hangers that she got with the clip-on hangers that she.
Yeah, if y'all were watching Donna's auction last night, her new invention, the clip-on hanger, where she put all of her clip-on earrings on a hanger.
Well, you know, I can kind of up that a little bit because I saw with the clip-on hanging, I thought that was a good idea. But then you have the stud earrings, and you know those hangers that have the little that little, what is that called? It's got a thin strip over it, and it's made out of like a clothy looking thing. It's a clothy looking thing, or
a clothy looking. This is the kind of like, detail I get descriptions on.
I don't know. It goes over the hanger, over one of those. Let me go see if I can find one. Hold on.
A clothy looking thing, y'all. I don't even know what a clothy looking thing is. Doop, doop, boop, 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 boop. And then we have our security camera. We found security cameras. We got Christmas ornaments. I found some more Christmas ornaments, y'all. I haven't pulled them out yet. Hi, Dana. Hope you're having a great day, Dana. Thanks for dropping by.
Okay, usually the dry cleaners put them on, but this.
A doily.
This right here.
Oh, you talking about the paper on the dry cleaning?
No, this isn't paper. This is like a little spongy looking thing.
Oh, it's a foam.
It's like a foam.
That goes on the hanger.
Can y'all guess where I'm going with this? This is like the foam that goes. This came out of a dry cleaner, but
you can put your earrings in there.
Yeah, you can start doing the studded earrings along there if you just stud them right through. That was my thought from upping from the.
Only if they're lightweight studs. If they're dangles with the hooks, they would probably be too heavy and pull holes in them.
Well, you still have the paper though. So yeah, maybe. But anyways, you could do that with the studs or whatever. That's a new way. I kind of upped it.
Yep.
Yeah, foam, Gina. That I just thought of that when I was looking at Donna's stuff because she had a lot of clip-ons. But I was thinking, you know, if she had that little foam thing, she could probably stick the studs through there. But you can only do the top. You can't do the bottom because there's none on the bottom.
Yeah, because the foam's there to protect the shoulders. So they only put it on the top.
You might be able to do it through here. I don't know. But it was an idea from Donna's. Donna's, thank you for giving me the idea too of that one. But you're the one that came up with it, so.
Yeah. But Donna's not here.
I know, but if she watches it, she'll know.
She ain't got time to sit through a 12-hour live stream watching my replay. Yeah, just take a foam board and put your earrings on that. I agree. That would be a lot easier. And I've got a bunch of cards. I just bought a bunch of cards, a whole box of them from Cha-Cha at an auction recently. So my earrings, whenever I find some more, are going on those. What's he doing? Wrapping in yarn and strings and have some loops. Yeah, you can do that. So those are some pretty interesting ideas of what we could do with them. But first, you've got to source it. Right now, we don't have any jewelry to source. We sold the last of our jewelry over the last few auctions. Yeah, see, that's too bright. That's my new light, y'all. For those of y'all that weren't here earlier, I got me a new gimbal set up. It's got a microphone. It's got a light that goes on here. But I can also put the light up on my desktop. And it actually lights up just almost as good as my big umbrella lighting that takes up a lot of room. And I can set this on top of my monitor and light it up. And it's great for when I'm going into a storage unit, because now I can light up my storage unit when they're dark in there. And I can light up what I'm working on. It's got different filters that go on the lens. So yeah, it was a cheap setup, but it's a pretty cool little setup for me to get started with. It's a little bit of an upgrade from what I had before, which was nothing and just holding the phone in my hand. And it's the base flips out, and this right here is a little Bluetooth remote that connects with my camera, so I could just click it and start recording and click it off. And it flips in right here so that as I'm holding it, I've got my thumb right there, and I can just click the button, and I can click the button to start recording, click the button to stop recording, all while I'm right here in my hand. So we just picked it up yesterday. I'm testing it out, see how well it works. It was a budget deal. It's one we picked up at Walmart. It's not the fanciest one. It's not the nicest one, but I'm testing it out for people that are just starting out with YouTube and that are trying to get started on a shoestring type budget. So we thought we would test it out and see how it works and see if it's any good. So far, I'm kind of impressed by it. For the cheapness that it is, I mean, it's not the highest quality piece, and I would recommend upgrading to something better when you could. But if you're new and starting out and looking for something to get you started, I think it's a really cool little setup. And because whenever I started, all we had was my phone. That's what we started with just my phone. I didn't even have the webcam when I started YouTube. All I had was my phone. We got the webcam later. We got the rest of the stuff I started, the lighting, all the other stuff I have for my studio, the microphones, all this stuff is stuff that we've just bought over time and built it up. And now I've got a pretty decent little setup. But when we started with nothing. And we started with just the camera on my phone, and that was it. And I'm still using the same phone that I used. This phone is 5 years old. It's not a thing even new. But all of our videos were shot on either my phone or my webcam. We're looking at upgrading probably within the next 6 to 8 months to a Canon M50. I think the prices, because the Canon M50 Mark II is about to come out, and I think that the standard M50s are going to drop in price when the Mark II comes out. And so we're looking at upgrading to the Canon M50, hopefully within the next few months, and that'll give me a good solid camera that I can use. And I can get the accoutrements to hook it into my computer and use it as a webcam, and that will make it pretty cool because that's a much better camera than anything I've got right now. And they got the kits right now that were on sale, but I just couldn't quite pull it all together right now because we got bills to pay. I can't choose YouTube over paying my mortgage. I got to pay the mortgage first. We got to pay the bills and pay for my storage and pay for, everything to keep it running. And then we can buy upgrades. But, things are moving along, and, where we were at a year ago, for those people that don't know where we were at a year ago, because just over a year ago is when I left my job. And we were just kind of squeaking by, and we've come a long way since then. But we've been through a lot of ups and downs with personal issues. Jessica's been in the hospital 3 times this year, and we've had issues with the kids, and we've had the national crisis and everything going on this year. Made it really a crazy year to go full time in this business. So my going full time turned into we're trying to run the business working part-time hours. And led some of the decisions and some of the bad decisions we made that hampered our growth was because of being part-time and not having the time to invest in it. But we're trying to, get things more stabilized, and we're still growing, and we're still learning more things, and we're still growing our listings. We're getting our eBay store up. I've got to get stuff listed again. We had it up to, I think I had it up to almost 200 items, and then we had some other issues come up, and then I sold a whole bunch of stuff. And so I'm back down to just over 100 again. So we got to get some more listed and get it built back up, get it back up to about, I'm trying to keep it about 300 to 500 listings in our store is kind of the goal I'm shooting for. Just because of what I've seen and what I've seen with other people. Generally, by the time you get to about 300 to 500 items, you should be making some pretty consistent sales. And, even at 100, I'm usually making at least, 1 or 2 sales at least every week. And by the time as I was getting it up to about 200, we were almost making a sale a day. And if I can get it up to about 300, then we should be getting about, 2 to 3 sales a day, maybe, and continue growing our store from there. But eBay has just been kind of a sideline thing for me. I enjoy doing the auctions. I enjoy the internet action with people right here, even though we sell things for a fraction what they're worth. For me, and especially with the sourcing as cheaply as I can do it with storage units, I would much rather sell stuff to other resellers and sell stuff at a discounted price to people that are going to then turn around and resell it for higher, closer to maximum profit than, because I'm not in it. We need the money, and money is important, but we're also not just in it for the money. I enjoy doing it. So thank you, Gina. We will see you later. Have a great day. So we never really pursued, reselling as a way to get rich. I think a lot of people misconstrue how fast you can make money reselling. You can either sell stuff cheap and quick, or you can sell it for maximum profit and take a long time. And we've kind of taken the route of sell it quick, sell it cheap, and move on to the next one. And because that's the part of the adventure for me, and I've always told people I'm a treasure hunter, and I enjoy the treasure hunting aspect of it much more than the reselling, but the reselling helps pay for the treasure hunting. So that's what we're trying to do. And that's one of the things that we're trying to tweak in how we do things too, is doing more treasure hunting side of things on our content rather than the reselling content, because we're trying to, turn in that direction, just because that's kind of what we're into more. So, so I don't know. Anybody got something else y'all want to talk about? What's going on? What are y'all selling? What are y'all looking for? What interests you in reselling? What is it that got you started in reselling? For me, what got me started was a little bit of desperation and a little bit of frustration. And then just trying to get rid of stuff. When we started, it was starting with stuff out of our own house, and it was just trying to get rid of stuff that we had laying around the house. My mom had passed away a couple of years before, and we had inherited a whole bunch of stuff, and she was a hoarder, so we had a whole bunch of stuff, and we didn't even have half of her hoard. We'd given away a bunch of her stuff. But we had a lot of stuff that we just didn't have any use for, and it was just taking up space in our house. And so we started making some room. We got involved with Dave Ramsey and started trying to pay off debt, and we needed money to pay off debt. So we started selling stuff and started selling stuff on eBay, started selling stuff on Facebook Marketplace. And that's kind of what got us into reselling. And then we had, of course, seen the Storage Wars TV shows, and I was already watching What the Hales, and I was watching Grimace Finds, and I was watching Pirate, and I was watching Locker Nuts. I was watching all these YouTube channels. I was watching Treasure Hunting with Jeebus. And so I was like, you know what? I think we can do that. And so we took the money from, after we got ourselves kind of out of debt and we had paid off our debt, we took some of the money we had left over and we bought our first storage unit, and we only paid $10 for it. It was a small unit. It had 2 totes and a couch, and the couch we kept in our house until it got torn up and beyond repair. And we finally wound up just trashing it. But we had it for, good 8, 9, 10 months. And then we had 2 totes. I opened up the totes, and in the very top, we paid $10 for the storage. In the very top, I found a speaker that I sold for $20 on Facebook Marketplace. And I found a pair of Nikes that we sold for like $40. And then I found another pair of Nikes that we sold for like $20. And then I found another, a bunch of clothes, and some of those clothes we sold them for like $5 to $10 a piece. And then we wound up donating almost all the rest of it. So we only sold like 5 or 6 items, but we only paid $10 for the unit, and we made like $120. And so we were hooked. After that, we were like, take the money, go buy another storage unit. And that's how we got into doing storage units. And by that second unit, we had already been watching YouTube channels. So by the second unit, we were starting to film. We were starting to record what we were finding, started recording, sorting the stuff, and started our Scavenger YouTube channel. Started going to auctions to find stuff for your own use, got hooked on the hunt. So started reselling to justify it. That's basically what I did. I got enjoyed in the thrill of the hunt and started reselling to pay for it. We started reselling to pay off debt and pay off bills, got addicted to the treasure hunt, and kept reselling stuff just to justify being able to do the treasure hunt. That's what I do. I love the treasure hunt. I love looking for stuff, and I love learning the history of stuff. And, as I get into storage units, I've gotten into where more you know, the units that I enjoy the most are not the ones where we find the best stuff. It's the ones where we find the personal story. And I try to share those stories and as much of those stories as I can as we dig through the units and as we go through stuff. Like this last one, the lady was a drug dealer. Not only was she a drug dealer, she was a heroin addict herself and dealing. She's in prison for dealing. She was in prison a couple of years ago, in prison right here in our town. The prison here in our town where she was locked up is only like 5 blocks from our house. And the unit was in San Antonio, which is a little over an hour drive away. But she was actually locked up right here in our town. And I found all this by going through the storage unit and digging in and reading the personal papers. And I love the story hunt as much as I love the treasure hunt. And so I try to share as much of the story as I can while protecting the identity of the people that own the unit. And I love that part. And I guess other people do too, because I found with my storage unit videos, the ones that I'm sharing the stories tend to get the most interaction. And that's what people, so I'm guessing other people like that story as much as I do. We had the storage unit that we did back in December last year. It was a homeless unit. And we've done like 3 homeless units since then. It was a sad story. The couple that had that unit were displaced by Hurricane Katrina. Or not Katrina, Hurricane Harvey. They lived in Houston. They were displaced by Hurricane Harvey. They lost their home. They lost everything. They wound up in Austin. They wound up homeless and living out of a storage unit. He passed away. She had a mental breakdown and eventually passed away. We found enough cash in that unit that they could have paid for a place for at least several days. I mean, we paid $70 for the unit and we found more than enough cash in the unit to pay for the unit. We found so much stuff in there that had value that they were just hoarding, that they could have sold some of their stuff and paid for a place to live. And that's part of the sad story that we find so many times. I mean, I'm still selling stuff out of that homeless unit, and we've made probably a couple of grand off of that one unit. Over the last year and a half since we bought that unit, and I'm still selling stuff out of that unit. I still haven't sold everything out of that unit. I've sold most of it, but I still haven't sold all of it. And I've had several of those. We had one just a few months ago, the one where we found a safe in the unit. That guy wound up being homeless and was another homeless unit. And the safe was full of trash. And the stuff that he kept was just like, he wasn't all there mentally. Part of the story behind that unit was supposedly there was a coin collection that was worth thousands of dollars in that unit. We never found it. And I went through everything looking for it. Once I found out that it was supposed to be in there, I was keeping an eye out, looking through everything, trying to find it. Never found it. But that was part of his story. Because that one actually, we were actually in the office paying for the unit when he came in trying to get his unit back and trying to talk the facility into not selling off his unit. And we didn't know it at the time, but we had just bought his unit. We paid $50, and the only reason I bought the unit was for the safe. And the safe wound up being a bad safe, but I bought it for the YouTube content because I was like, hey, there's a safe in there. Opening that safe, that's going to be content for our YouTube channel. And that was really the only reason I paid $50 for the unit, and I was on my last bid. I wasn't going to bid any more than $50, but I thought opening the safe was worth $50 for my subscribers. It's the only safe I've ever done in a unit, and that's the only reason I bought the unit was for the safe. It wasn't a big safe. It was just a small Sentry safe. We knew we didn't have high expectations of that unit, but we still actually more than made our money back. We more than doubled our money on that unit. We had some clothes in there that were high end. There were some Nikes and some good stuff in there. He had some high end clothes. We had shipping supplies. I found probably about $40-50 worth of shipping supplies that we kept and used ourselves. Bubble wrap and bubble mailers and all kinds of stuff. And not just the free ones that you get from the post office. Some of these were, some good ones. So that was part of, the story that we found with that unit. And then we had, we've had several other units, but some of our units, it's just, I've had several units that we bought. We kept digging for a story and we just couldn't find one. There was just no personal information. There was nothing personal inside the unit. It was all just a pile of stuff. No personal papers, no history, no documentation. The facility couldn't tell us anything about the people that owned it, or wouldn't. Sometimes they will, sometimes they won't. It depends on the facility's rules. But we tried. That's one of the things that I get into is not just the treasure hunt, but learning the story behind the unit. So that's why I do the storage units. When you go to a garage sale, you don't get that story. When you go thrifting, you don't get that story. When you go to the storage unit, sometimes you get the story. So why do you do what you do? Is it just for the treasure? Is it just for the money? And it's okay. I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with people that do it just for the money. I know a ton of people that do. That's all they're in it for is the money. They don't care about the story. They don't care about the history and the stuff that we find. They're just looking for the maximum profit that they can make. And that's cool if that's what you want. But, just realize that different people have a different perspective. And some people are in it for different reasons than you are. And even when it comes to watching the videos and coming into the content, different people have a different reason for doing what they're doing here on YouTube. So don't necessarily think that it's a bad thing just because somebody's not out to make the most money possible, or they're not out to, sell it as fast as possible for as high as possible. But I've seen some crazy stuff. I've seen some, especially with some of the bigger YouTubers, I've seen some, amazing sales that people get. Of course, when you can drop, if you're in a position to drop $5,000 on a unit, $10,000 on a unit, of course, you're going to be able to get better units than somebody that's dropping $10 to $100 on a unit. And honestly, most of the units that we buy between $10 and $150. Almost every unit. I've had one unit that we paid up to $300 for and wound up being full of junk mail. But that doesn't mean that you can't get better units. It just means that, and it doesn't mean that we can't get units at that price point that are better units. It's just that most of the units that we found haven't been. So John and Kim, hello. Hope y'all are having a fantastic day. Glad to see y'all. It's been a long time. We miss seeing y'all. Yeah. The money is important. I don't want to downplay the money in it. I mean, making the money is what pays the bills. And like you said, you can pay off the mortgage. And, if we could get some really big ticket items for, if I could pay, if I had $5,000 to spend on a unit and I could make $100,000 off of it, if I had it to spend up front and I knew I could turn it over to $100,000, $100,000 would pay off our mortgage. We owe less than $100,000 on our mortgage. That they let go. Hey, been focusing on the work. Yeah, you, unlike everybody else who's been out of work during this whole mess this year, you have been working your tail off this year. Respect that, dude. You've been busy. Of course, you were already set up to work from home, so it wasn't a big deal for you. But yeah, we've been looking at more units, but we're constantly trying to upgrade the units that we're getting. But with the unit prices this year, I mean, units that a year ago we were paying $10, $20, $100 for, Right now, they're still going $500, $600, $700. I mean, we've had a couple of good units that we've been able to snag, and they wound up being, you know, hidden gems because they looked like they were nothing when we bought them. I mean, I was hoping to at least make my money back on them when the ones that we got, but then they wound up being hidden gems. I had the one that we wound up getting that we paid what 150 for, and it wound up being full of DVDs and Christmas stuff. And I brought a lot of that stuff to auction, and we made our money back the night that we bought the unit. I made my money back on that unit. And I didn't even sell. I barely made a dent in the unit, and I'm still selling stuff out of that unit now. Yeah, we've been watching them. They're coming down here, John. I've actually got some that I'm watching right now that are around $100. That if they stay in that price range, we may pull the trigger on another one. But that's why we haven't been buying that many units. I mean, we've only bought 1, 2, 3, 4. We've only bought 6 units this whole year. And most of those were bought before in January and February. We bought 4 units in January and February, and then we've only bought 2 units since. And both of those were just in November and December, or September and October. And we didn't buy one in November. Yeah. So in just the last 2 months, the only other 2 units we bought. We're looking. We've been looking all the time. It's just we haven't found one that, I mean, when you can look at a unit, and especially as you get to learn how to profile a unit, and you know you can buy a unit and probably make about $500 or $600, it ain't worth bidding $700 for. Jordan Locker back in March. Yeah, I remember that unit. And you know, that's the same thing with us. That's why I haven't seen, you know, that's why we don't have as many of our weekly videos out anymore. We've still been doing our weekly live streams, but part of it's because, you know, the main focus of our videos was sorting the storage units, and we haven't been buying units. So when we buy a unit, we're videoing it. It's just that we haven't had that much coming out because we haven't been buying very many. Hello, Aaron Klug. Nice of you to come by. Thank you for joining us. So, you know, we're always on the hunt. We're looking. We're also been looking at doing more stuff. That Jordan unit paid for. Oh, see, I knew you had the Daytona vacations. I didn't know that storage unit paid for. That's cool. I mean, that's the awesome part about this business, though. You can get stuff like that. That and the cheap airfare. Yeah, that's the thing. Travel prices are dirt cheap right now because they want to get anybody that they can to travel. That's the only advantage to everything going on. So, but yeah, we've been trying to find good units. We've been looking around. You know, I don't know if you saw our last unit. We found 60 pairs, and that actually it was like 67 pairs of shoes. Some of them were Jordans, some of them were different ranges of the Nikes. We found Converse, we found Vans, we found all kinds of women's sandals and high heels, flats, clogs. I mean, you name it. We found over 67 pairs of shoes of all different varieties in that last unit. It was crazy how many shoes we found. And we got a couple of videos out of it. And the lady was a drug dealer, and that's why she lost her unit. She's in prison now. So she ain't coming back for them. But you know, that was, I guess, her fetish. She had a shoe fetish. So we're selling a bunch of them. We sold some of them at auction. We sold some of them on our eBay store already. I got to get some more of them listed. Some of them are just being donated because some of them weren't in very good shape. Hey, Conky. Yeah, everybody kind of got to slow down here and there. We bought up a whole bunch last year. In fact, we had just bought when we met Crockers and Grimes and Robin over because she shed. When we met all of them in Dallas a year ago this weekend, we had just bought 5 units the week before. Yeah, that's one of the things I found too. They're either trash or they're gold mines. And this one was a gold mine. We found 2 laptops. We found 5 tablets. We found 3 or 4 broken cell phones. We found the shoes. The dishes were all trash. Most of the housewares were trash. We found a bunch of collectibles and stuff. We found the leather rhinoceros. This is all leather. It's hand tooled leather. Still haven't got this one listed yet, but we found him. We found some other figurines and stuff. It was a really good locker, and we only paid $60 for it. We snagged it at the last minute. I found that unit. We actually hadn't been on Storage Treasures in like 2 weeks, and Jessica said, well, why don't we check Storage Treasures real quick? I logged into Storage Treasures, and there was 10 minutes left on this auction. As always, and it was at $30 when we found it. So I was going to go up to $50 on it, see what it went. It immediately jumped to 50. So I was like, well, it stopped at the same bid I put in, which means they didn't bid any further. So I put one more bid in and went to 60. And we wound up snagging it with less than 10 minutes on the unit. That could be my new mascot, the leather rhino. We found that one. We found a tiger. There was a tiger in there too. We sold that one at one of our auctions. And so, yeah, we found some cool stuff. But, that was this last unit. But we found a couple of drug units, and they've been gold mines or they've been trash. Some of the artwork, we had a meth addicts unit back in, was it February? Yeah, I think it was February. And we found a bunch of artwork in that unit some of that artwork was worth some money. And then we found tools. The guy was a woodworker, and I found some woodworking tools. Some of them went straight into my shop, went to my wood shop because I wasn't going to sell them. I was going to keep them. Some of them we sold, made some pretty decent money on already. There was furniture in there, some of which I'm still sitting on because I'm doing some repair work on it. But all in all, I mean, it was a really good unit. The clothes he had were all like designer name clothes. They were all Van Heusen's and higher end clothes. And so I was able to sell a bunch of that stuff off at auctions. And he was a woodworker. He was kind of a jack of all trades. So he had a bunch of plumbing supplies. He had a bunch of electrical supplies. Some of that stuff I've been selling on Facebook Marketplace. And yeah, there was a lot of stuff in that unit. Mirrors. They loved mirrors. I had like 10 mirrors in that unit. And not everything I found in that unit made it into the video. I only made like 1 or 2 videos off of that unit, and I had like lots and lots of stuff out of that unit. There was a bunch of stuff that never even made the videos because I just didn't have room to put it all in there. Hi, Sandy. Hope you're doing fantastic today. Yeah, I've still got some of the furniture because I'm doing the drawers on some of the furniture. Some of it I've already sold, but some of it, the drawers were all busted up, and I've been working on repairing them a little bit here and there as I have time. I also don't have a whole lot of space to work, and I have to have nice weather because most of my woodworking stuff is done outside. So I'm still working on repairing the drawers and stuff and getting them to where I can sell them. Hi, Carol. But the dresser alone is probably going to be worth more than the whole unit was paid for once I get it fixed. It was a really nice dresser. There was a buffet in there. That was a really good piece. And then that was the one that had all the ashes in it. We found the ashes of 4 different family members inside that unit. And that was all returned back to the person that owned the unit. But we found the remains of 4 different people, of family members inside the unit. They were actually stored inside the buffet. So, and that's, before y'all came in, I was talking about it. That's honestly one of the reasons I love doing the storage units versus other sourcing. And that's part of what the draw is for me, is finding those stories and learning the stories of the people that were involved in that unit. That guy, he was a meth head. And the reason why he lost his unit was because he was locked up in Fort Worth when his unit went up for auction. And he had just gotten out of jail whenever I bought his unit. And he came back and he was able to get his stuff. And it's actually the only time I've met a former unit owner was that one, because he showed up to the facility to get his personal stuff out of the unit while I was unloading the unit. And he wound up parking right next to me. So he saw me loading all of his stuff up into my trailer. So he knew it was his, and he was really generous about it. He was very courteous about it. And I gave him all of his personal stuff back. And luckily he didn't, throw a fit. He didn't blame me. He was just like, yeah, I screwed up and I lost all this stuff. He said, thank you for letting me have the personal stuff back. And most of it was family pictures, the remains of his family. This is all stuff I would have had to throw away anyway, because I couldn't do anything with it. I couldn't even donate it. So it would have just gone into the trash for me. But it was a good unit. And then, we talk about all the benefits of this stuff. Tell you what, we haven't needed hand sanitizer this year. This is just a portion of what we found in one unit. There are benefits to doing storage units. We laughed about it when we found all that. We were like, how are we going to ever get rid of this stuff? And then everything happened with COVID and everything. And we were like, hey, we got all this hand sanitizer. We don't have to buy any. Everybody else is freaking about it. Yeah, meeting that guy was a little weird, but it wound up being all right. And it wound up kind of being smooth and working out. And I was also in a rush. I was behind schedule on getting that unit cleaned out because our daughter was sick at the time, and she was in the hospital. She had been in the hospital for like 2 days. She went into the hospital like the day after the auction. She went into the hospital. So I had all these units to clean out and was trying to deal with my daughter being in the hospital. Storage unit buyers are immune to everything. Yeah, but with my daughter and the nursing staff that we have and everybody, they have to have hand sanitizer on hand. So we've had plenty. For normal people, I kind of agree. And I think most people have taken things way overboard. But we do take a little bit of different precautions just because of her and her special needs. Because some of the kiddos like her have wound up in the ICU with all this stuff going around. So we most of our precautions have been mostly to protect her more than anything else. So, but we've enjoyed it. It's been a fun ride. We've learned a lot about reselling. Again, we've only been doing it for a little over a year. We've learned a lot about reselling. We've learned a lot about, people, and we've met some really awesome people through doing this. We met John and Kim. We met some really good friends that we've made through the YouTube community. And growing here on YouTube, doing the reselling. Haven't done a storage auction yet, but I found some weird stuff at household auctions. You talk about like estate sales and that kind of stuff. I haven't done any of those. But yeah, we've been looking around. We always find, I mean, you find weird stuff even just going to yard sales and going to the thrift stores too, which we've been doing some more of that this year just because of how crazy everything's been with the storage auction business. And some of it's been, people that can't get out and resell, or people that can't get out and source, because even though, like, we're in Texas and we're not on lockdown, even though they keep talking about doing it again. But there's other parts of the country that are still on lockdown that have never been off lockdown. And that's where, like, some of the stuff we sell at our auctions are, selling stuff to people that can't get out and source. And we get, at least in our auctions, I know some of the people that come to our auctions are disabled. And, they enjoy watching us unbox storage units, but they could never get out and do one themselves. But there's a bunch of resellers that love to resell, but they can't get out and source because of physical disabilities or because of the lockdowns and all of that. And that's where a lot of our auction sales come from, is we're selling to people that can't get out, source it themselves, but we can source it for them and then ship it straight to their door so they don't have to get out. So everybody wins because they get to do the listing and the stuff that they like to do, and we get to do the treasure hunting and the stuff that we like to do. Boy Scout stuff. We've had, some of it came out of our personal collection, but some of the, like, we've sold several lots of Boy Scout patches. Some of that came out of storage units and some of it came out of our personal collection. I was a Boy Scout growing up, but I have no need. I never really got into the patch collecting, but my mom kept a bunch of that sort of stuff. And so, when we started selling stuff, that was one of the things that we sold some of, was some of the Boy Scout patches and stuff. We found some more of that stuff. We had a unit that we called our Crystal Treasures unit, and we found all kinds of crystals and rocks and all kinds of stuff in that unit. And some of those we've been selling at auction. We found that there's a large percentage of people in the reselling community here that are into crystals and all of those kind of stones and stuff. And so, we've been selling a lot of that kind of stuff at our auctions. So, and in fact, I got a couple more chunks right here. Right there's a chunk of amethyst. Got a couple of them right here. So there's one. And this one is kind of a heart-shaped, semi-heart-shaped piece of amethyst. All off of a geode. Nice little cluster. I keep those on my desk. Estate auctions. Yep. A lot of people had to work through the lockdown. Those two are not for sale, Carol. I was just showing. This is a show, not a show and tell sale. I have this little banner. Let me put my banner up. I made this one for Wes, actually, but no, this is not an auction. Because I wanted people to just have a place to hang out, because I know there's a lot of other auctions. I see like 5 other people running auctions right now. And I wanted to give people a place to go that wasn't an auction. To just hang out and chat and have a good time. So I made my banner that says, "No, this is not an auction." I'm not sticking a knife in your back, Carol. I promise. But I just thought those were gorgeous pieces. And I got a lot of loose stones and stuff too, some of which Probably Sandy could probably tell you what every one of them are, but look, I got this whole bin of loose stones and stuff. Those will probably be in an auction at one of my next auctions. So make sure you're subscribed to my channel so you can get the notification when that auction is. That's just the loose ones. I've got some more. I've got a whole bunch of that stuff. I'm actually trying to get all of them that I have together. I'm trying to get all of the crystals and stones I have together, and I'll probably do one big auction that's all crystals and stones. I have boxes of and buckets. For that one? Oh, I can't sell that one. For that one? This big old magnetic hematite. That is a quartz. I think those are dyed. I don't think that that's an actual turquoise. There's some beautiful pieces in there. I don't know. Sandy might have to come back and give you a run for your money, though. Oh, hi, Angie. Thank you for joining us. Oh, I don't know where Cha-Cha is. She was here earlier. She said she was going to come on the live stream with me. I gave her the link, and she hasn't jumped on yet. I invited a whole bunch of resellers to come hang out and join us on the live, and only a couple of them have come by yet. So we're going to see what happens. Hematite, jasper. Oh, see, you know more about these than I do. I know about the hematite. I'll do that for you, Carol. I got to do some more invoices later on, so I'll put you down on my list. I wasn't planning on doing a sale, though. Where's my last sale? I had some stuff that I still haven't done. It was in this notebook. No, it's not here. That's not good. But I'm looking at, I've got a whole bunch more crystals and stuff, and if I can get them all together in one place, because as I'm going through my own storage, I'm finding more and more of that kind of stuff, but it just kind of all got thrown over there. But I'm probably going to do an entire auction of just crystals and stones, because I have enough that I could probably do about 10 or 15 good lots to sell them all. I have the different types of stones, crystals. I have a bunch of petrified wood chunks. Some of them are just rough and raw, and some of them have been polished and smoothed out. We got a lot of pieces of petrified wood out of this one unit. We found buckets and buckets of it. Evidently, they collected pieces of petrified wood. And I've tried to sell some of it on eBay, and some of it sold on eBay. But some of it just has not sold, and I've been sitting on it for like almost a year. So I'm ready to just move it out of my way and move on to something else. Thank you, Carol. And then we got this right here, but this one's already been claimed by somebody else. I told them if I found it, I would send it to them. Pyrite. Fool's gold. But I have somebody specifically who was asking me for some, and I found a big chunk. Can't use that. Yeah, I'm working on getting rid of the death pile. We are working on it. I'm actually looking at getting some other stuff out. I've got some Christmas stuff that we're putting out on Facebook Marketplace. Some of it we're going to probably bring into another sale here. I've got some centerpieces and some, small pieces. I found some more Christmas ornaments and that kind of stuff. And we're pulling those out and trying to get those sold off. We've also got, tons and tons of stuff. I got a 10 by 30 unit that is packed with crap that I got to get rid of. And some of it's furniture pieces that we're trying to get sold and fixed up. And some of it is just random stuff. I have a wheelchair in there that I've got to sell. It's a regular push wheelchair, and the wheelchair is probably, I looked it up whenever I find it. What is the death pile called when you can't see the top of it anymore? Well, my 10 by 30 storage unit is a death pile right now. But what else did we have? Oh, we found some more postcards. I sold a whole bunch at auction a few months ago. We found a whole bunch of more postcards. These are a little bit more modern, but they're from the 50s, 40s, and 50s postcards. So we're going to be bringing those to an auction as well. And I got a whole bunch of them. There's probably 20 or 30 postcards in there. The early 1900s ones that we sold did really, really well. We sold them between two auctions, and we made quite a decent little profit off of just the postcards. And I'd been sitting on those for a while whenever I found them out of storage again, and we sold them a few months ago. So we found some more as I've been digging through the storage some more. I found some more in there, and we're going to be bringing those to auction fairly soon. So looking out for some ephemera. That's one of the other things that we've learned, because when I first started, I didn't know about ephemera. And when I first started, I didn't know that people paid for all this old crap and old paper crap. And so I was throwing that kind of stuff away. And there's no telling how many hundreds of dollars worth of ephemera I threw away because I didn't know better. And I didn't know to look that stuff up. Cool. So I didn't know about ephemera when I first started. So I was throwing that kind of stuff away. And now I know, and I'm like, there's no telling how many hundreds of dollars worth of newspapers and that kind of stuff. So now I have to go back and look at newspapers, make sure that they weren't important issues or something that might have some value to them. Look at, old invitations and old paperwork and all that kind of stuff and see if there's any value to it before I just trash it, because I find that kind of stuff all the time. My death pile has a 1946 Chevy truck under it. Wow. That truck alone is worth the death pile. That truck alone is worth going through the death pile. Invoicing. Hey, I've still got invoices I've got to get caught up on. I've fallen behind on my invoicing. We haven't done much work this week because we didn't have a nurse. We had 3 doctor's appointments this week. We've had getting ready for the holidays. It's been a busy week for me. We also, on top of that, last week, for those of y'all that are YouTubers, we had the big YouTube terms of service update. And of course, my other channel being in the YouTube growth niche, I spent like 3-4 days just doing content on the new terms of service change and getting people to quit freaking out over the idea that there might be ads showing up on their content. Yeah. I found old photo albums of old World War II stuff and, old pictures. We had a picture album that we sold just a couple of months ago at an auction, and I didn't know it had any value. I thought it was just, cute to look at, but it was old advertisement pictures from the late 1800s and early 1900s. And I thought it was cute. I had no idea it was worth money. Yeah, part of mine's been, just forcing myself to sit down and get it done. And one of the things that I've started doing because of my, getting behind on shipping the way I did, I'm getting all of my shipping packed up and ready to ship before I send the invoices. By the time I send the invoices out, everything's packed. It's ready to ship. As soon as they pay their invoice, I slap a label on it and it's out the door. It's just kind of a change that I've made, and I've found that it's a little bit easier for me then to get it ready, get it done, and get it out the door. So it puts me a little bit slower getting the invoices out, but once I get those invoices out, as soon as they pay the invoice, it's shipped out the next day. So these are some of my chunks. See, these are all just rough pieces. They could be polished, though. I mean, I've literally got boxes and boxes of this stuff. These are all rough ones, but I have some that are rough, some that are polished, some that are clean cut, some that are rough cuts. This whole box, I think, was all rough pieces, but they're all petrified wood. Hi, Mary. This all came, again, I've got several boxes. I've got boxes of these. I've got buckets of these, all out of this one storage unit that we bought. And that's really, I mean, it had a bunch of that. It had a bunch of wooden stuff in there. Had a bunch of glassware and stuff in there. It was a trash unit. It was a $5 unit that nobody else wanted at the auction, and everybody thought I was nuts for buying it. But I found a ton of that kind of stuff. I found electronics in there. I found, glassware, and some of it was trash, but some of it was collectible glassware. Sold some of it on eBay, sold some of it at my auctions. I found shoes in there. I found a whole tote of all different kinds of shoes in there. And it was a $5 unit that everybody thought was trash. I paid $5 for it. It was one of the last live auctions we went to. And there was a lot of trash in there. But the thing is, okay, my one dump run I made out of that unit was like $90 to take a dump run to the unit, to the dump out of that unit. So I paid $90. So I paid basically $100 all in on the unit after I paid for the dump run. I've already made about $300 or $400 off that unit. So yeah, there was a dump run, but there almost always is. And it was still plenty of profit in that unit after the dump run. Hello, Miss Mary. I hope you're having a fantastic day. Thank you for joining us. I hope you finally got your card in the mail. I don't know. Cards I can't track because they go regular mail. I put them in the mail. I know I put yours in. I put Betty's in a while back. I know Betty said she never got hers, and then I wound up sending her a second one. Like I said, when it goes regular mail, that's the one downside to using regular mail to send stuff. I have no way of tracking it. I was at an auction. Yep, the furnace. You never know. Those trash units, you never know what's in them. I had one I paid $10 for. The only reason I paid 10 was because I was stupid and said 10 instead of 5. Because everybody else walked away from it. And I got in there and I found a pair of Tony Lama boots that we sold for $150. I found what was it? Oh, I found some placemats. They were vintage 1970s placemats. They're listed on eBay for like $40. And we found the desk that I'm using for my office came out of that unit. All the shelving that I have all my eBay stuff on in my storage unit, all that shelving came out of that unit. But I had 2 of the big, fat, square, big screen TVs from the 80s. Those things weighed like 800 pounds. It took me and my son both to load them into the trailer. Justin, hope you and Marie are doing well. Hope y'all are having fun at the beach. I sent Marie the link if y'all wanted to jump in. Hope y'all are having fun. But yeah, we've been looking around, finding some more stuff to bring to auctions. We're sourcing a lot differently now because now we're thinking more about, what can we bring to YouTube auctions, because I'm enjoying doing the YouTube auctions much more than listing on eBay, honestly. So when I'm looking at a unit, I'm looking for stuff that I can bring to auction. And so I'm trying to stay away from the big, heavy stuff that we got to list on Facebook Marketplace. The last unit we bought, we actually had a couch in there, and we immediately donated the couch. We didn't even try to bring it home. It wasn't in great shape. I figured I'd probably sell it for $15 or $20, and I probably would have had to make a special trip just to haul the couch back to the house and then go back and get the rest of the unit. I wasn't going to pay the extra gas because it was an hour and a half drive away. I wasn't going to pay the extra gas to drive that couch all the way back home and then drive all the way back over there. So we just went and donated that and a bunch of the dishes and some of the clothes and stuff straight out of the unit, straight to donation. We loaded up a full load out of that unit and just took it straight to the Goodwill, which was like 2 blocks from the unit. But yeah, I've had... Yeah, I only did it one time. My wife yelled at me, and I've never done it again. So if they say the minimum bid is $5, I'll say $5 instead of 10.
What happened? Oh.
He says he gives guys that'll pay $20 for a unit that he could have gotten for $1.
Yeah, I did. I got hold of him for that.
There's Jessica, y'all.
Yeah, they told him make me an offer. He says $10, and then later on I asked, well, what's the minimum bid? They said $5. I was like,
why did you give him 10?
Why did you give him 10? Why didn't you ask him before you just said I'll give you 10? Because he just jumped in.
Yeah, but I mean that unit. I mean, yeah, it had a bunch of junk in there, but we had some good stuff in that unit that we paid $10 for. I've done really well with some trash units, but they were trash units and they were hard work. That's the thing is one of the things I tell a lot of people, when you buy those cheap units, you're gonna have to do more work for them to get the money out of them. But you can get some good money out of them when you can pick them up that cheap. Right now, you can't pick them up that cheap because those units that we were paying $5 for right now on Storage Treasures are going for $400 or $500.
Yeah, but everything's going online now too.
Yeah, at least around here, nobody's doing live auctions right now. Everybody's doing their units on Storage Treasures and Locker Pods.
Yeah, and yeah. And the minimum bid is like $10. So
I only know 1 or 2 facilities that are doing units at live auctions, and they only get like 1 auction every 3 to 6 months.
Well,
so
they just had one and we missed it.
Yeah, they had one just recently and they just missed
go.
it. So if anybody comes in, you see how it says remove?
Where?
Look where my marker is.
Uh-huh.
Okay, because somebody said that they might jump on here in just a minute. If they come in, just hover over their picture and it'll say add to stream. Just click on it and
Where
it'll
will
pop
it
them up.
in?
It'll be right down here, right next to me.
Oh, okay. And put remove on there?
No, well, on mine it says remove because I'm on the stream.
Oh.
But if they come in, you'll just hover over them just like that, and it'll say add to stream, and you can add them up
okay.
here.
Hi,
so
Mary.
you can talk to them.
Yeah,
So anyway,
I've come to
I'm gonna
give
be
James
back.
a break for a second.
I gotta go use the little boys' room and get some more coffee.
I'm sure everybody wanted to know that. Sometimes my husband gives a little TMI over here, don't y'all think? Hi guys, I'm back over here. I came to relieve James a little bit longer. I forced him to go eat earlier. He hadn't eaten anything for anybody who's come in. Where was he at? What have we been talking about? I know I heard him talking about rocks, which he's right. We have a lot of crystals and stuff. I think he even found some sage in one of them, in one of the storage rooms. But but what all have y'all been doing? I guess y'all have been talking about storage units. I can tell by looking at the chat. Y'all been talking about the storage units. Am I correct? Hi, Marie. Hold on. Hi, Justin. Hi.
Hi.
Look at that beautiful scenery.
Other than
it looks gorgeous over there.
Well,
well, I don't. What's under construction over there?
The jetty.
Oh,
Well, that is the ocean.
yeah, the ocean looks nice, and that's going to be a Denny's right next to you.
No, you don't put any buildings out here.
Yeah, well, I was gonna hope not. I was like, that's
That-
beautiful scenery. Oh wow.
That is the Columbia River.
Oh wow. It's beautiful out there.
So this rock wall is what separates them, so the ships can get in and out.
Oh wow, that looks nice. I've been to the ocean once or twice, but not in Oregon. I hear it's really nice over there. And there's a lot of people on deck too, I can see.
Right?
Yes. I'm sure he was talking about me and how I just got him when he did those units. Sometimes I have to get on to him a little bit. So what have y'all been doing, Marie, out there?
Looking at this and a little bit of Christmas shopping.
Oh, I did that. I got myself in trouble the other night. I walked into Walmart. Walmart will get you every single time. But they were too good of sales to pass up, so I just went ahead and went for it. But I got Jesse a big old dump truck for like $10, like massive, probably about this big.
I saw those. They were 20 here.
Oh, really? There were 10 over here. and I was just talking to earlier. I was saying that if you get those, I didn't even think to retail arbitrage some of that stuff. I mean, that probably wouldn't retail arbitrage. I don't know, but I know that some of the other stuff that was going, you could have probably retail arbitrage later on down the road.
Right.
After Christmas.
Right.
So I was just, and who knows, because some of them are probably going on clearance too. But we've just been sitting here. I know that Boatman says you've got a great view over there. I have to agree with him. Beautiful, beautiful. Have you found any do they have seashells and stuff over there? Have you found any?
Yeah, but the beaches where we're at are pre-picked over, so you got to go like way out to go get them.
Oh, really? Oh, That's horrible. I mean, that would have been cool. Maybe every once in a while one will pop up. I came from West Texas, from San Angelo, and they have something called the Concho Pearl. So they, I know those are very rare to find, and if they are, they're worth some money. But they're also, you can't go in there and just go picking at it. You have to have some kind of a license or something. I guess because that's exactly what was happening.
They're getting endangered.
Because people were going in and picking them out and everything. So, but they're beautiful. I mean, just beautiful. And I'm wondering if you get pearls over there that wash up that y'all find. I'm sure they're rare too.
Yeah, the one thing about seashells, you got to dry them out and clean them really well, or they will stink.
Oh, really? How do you dry out seashells?
Just clean them up, and you can put them in the oven on a low temp very carefully.
See, I've never heard of putting them in the oven. I just used to always wash them with soap and water underneath the sink.
Or if it's nice outside, you can just put them outside. But my kids came down here one time and found sand dollars.
Oh.
And they put it in their car, and it was in their car all day. They handed it to me, and it was still alive. It made my whole hand go numb. So be careful.
The sand dollar was still alive?
Yep.
I didn't know that sand dollars. I thought that they were just. I didn't know that they were living. Well, I mean, I knew they were living organisms, but the ones I've usually found haven't been alive. So I didn't know that they had anything in them.
They're related to a starfish.
They're related to who? What?
A starfish.
Oh, they're in that category. So are they something you can dissect too, like a starfish, or not really?
No, you don't really do anything with them.
Yeah. I always thought they were really cool looking though.
Yeah.
It is not freezing here yet, but I was thinking it was kind of cold. Boatman says it's freezing in Iowa.
Carol wants to know where y'all are at. I know y'all are on the coast.
I thought
we're on a spot called South Jetty. So you guys are facing the ocean. Let me see if I can catch that. It's kind of hard for me to see my phone.
It was beautiful.
There is a ship way out there on the other side, on the Columbia River side.
Yeah, we can't.
Wow.
We can't.
Yeah, it's hard to see.
Gorgeous. It looks so gorgeous.
So that's the Pacific Ocean. Yeah.
Just imagine living right there. It looks so beautiful. I wouldn't mind living there, but then I think hurricane and forget it.
Never mind. We don't have hurricanes.
Oh, well, then that's a good thing. Because I was going to say that would be the only thing that would stop me a little bit, would be those hurricanes being like,
Our ocean doesn't get as warm as the Atlantic
over here
and the South Pacific.
Yeah, we get a lot
that do hit are generally down Southern California, Mexico, South
Right.
Yeah.
And we have typhoons. We don't have hurricanes.
Well, same thing.
Well, that's good that y'all don't.
They also rotate in a different direction.
Put them on a blackjack table.
The sand dollars? I can't see the chat, you guys, so I don't know.
Yes, he says put them on a blackjack table. I guess it's sand dollars.
Yeah.
Oh, you don't get hurricanes on the West Coast. Invisible bitters. They don't get hurricanes on the West Coast. So interesting. I guess they're all over here.
Well,
So what
we
do y'all
what's
get?
we get what's called a typhoon.
Okay.
It's because it rotates. It rotates in the opposite direction of a hurricane.
Mm-hmm.
But they normally hit like Cali and come up the Cali coastline.
Yeah.
So,
do you also get the water typhoons? A lot of the water typhoons.
The water tunnels? Yeah, we get some. There was a town that we were in yesterday, a couple of years back. It got hit by a tornado. It started off as a water spout in the ocean and came on land.
Wow. That's cool. Well, it's not cool, but it's interesting.
Yeah, it wasn't cool.
Yeah, it wasn't cool, but it's interesting how like y'all are over there and y'all have it a little different than we have it down here.
Yeah.
James was also saying y'all probably get earthquakes too.
Yeah, we do get an occasional earthquake. And you don't want to be here on the beach when we get one.
No, I don't think I would either. I know that we don't hardly get earthquakes, but there, you know, we can feel tremors depending on where we're at. Because I mean, of course, we're all we got those little platelets and stuff. But I remember I was in West Texas and we were joking about how we don't ever get earthquakes and stuff. And I felt the ground shake that day, and it was very, very, very light. Like, and then someone said, I said, "Did y'all feel that the ground shook?" And they said, "No, it didn't. The ground didn't shake." But in like 2 or 3 counties over, they had a small earthquake, like a 1.5.
Yeah.
Like a 1.5. I'm talking real small, but I felt it. And we San Marcos, we live close to San Marcos, and there's something called the Wonder World Caverns, and they've got a tower there. And if you look at the tower on one side, at one time there was a massive earthquake, and you could see where the fault line where the earthquake was at, and on the other side it looks fine. But I'm gonna have to go. James is back, and I've got a big one calling me at the moment. So I'll see y'all.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump off. I'll come back in when we get back to the room.
Okay.
Hopefully we'll get there by sunset.
Oh, well, it looks beautiful. Okay,
all right.
We'll be here for a while.
Thanks for letting me on.
All right, thank you. Bye, Marie.
Yep.
Bye, Justin.
Bye.
Yay, back to being me again, y'all. Got a little bit of a break there for a few minutes. So, other stuff what we find these kind of stuff all the time too. And there's a lot of these, we're looking into them to see if they have any value to them. But we're finding coins, different foreign coins all the time. I have a whole pile of them. We've been researching, looking into some of them. Some of them we're going to bring to an auction fairly soon and kind of move them out. We have lots and lots of them, different values, different countries. We find a lot of religious stuff. So like we've got this right here is it's a rosary. It doesn't look like it's an expensive rosary, but it's metal, but I think it's probably stainless steel. Yep, it's magnetic, so it's stainless steel, or it's steel. So yeah, we're always finding all kinds of cool stuff. We're finding a lot of those in these units. I've been all over. The one place I haven't been, the one state I haven't been in, well, continental state, is California. But I've actually been to Oregon and Washington and everything over that way. I've been to Maine because for just under 2 years, I was a over-the-road truck driver, and I drove the continental United States and up into Canada. Been to Quebec, been to Ontario, but most of that time was not sightseeing. It was driving a truck, making deliveries, and getting my next load and heading on my way. So I didn't get to see the sights mostly. Usually it was just passing through, drive in, drop what I got to drop, turn around and drive back somewhere else. So, but I went all over. When I was driving a truck, I was all over the country, in and out of places. And that was long before I started, reselling or any of that kind of stuff and YouTubing. And that was before the internet was a big deal. That was back in those days. The internet was just kind of getting started. That was in the late 90s. And the internet was more the field of the nerds more than anybody else. That was before it was common use for everybody to be on the internet. It was just getting started in the big domain. And even though I was kind of nerdy, I wasn't, totally techie, geeked out. So, and I find tons of these chargers. I don't know, does anybody resell these? Just the charger ports? Because I get literally, I find maybe a dozen in every unit that I get. So I've got probably 100 or more of these little charger ports. I was thinking about lotting them up and selling them off. But I don't know if anybody would be interested in them. I didn't know if they had any resale value. I haven't really looked them up yet. Big fish. Yay! Gotta catch some big fish. Bah humbug. Bah. So, what's everybody else up to? We've been on 4.5 hours now. So, yay! We made it 4 hours. This is officially now the longest live stream I've ever done, y'all. The longest live stream I've done before was 4.5 hours, and we are over 4 hours, almost to 5 hours. So, hope everybody's having a great weekend so far. For those of you that have joined us late, thank y'all for joining us. We appreciate y'all coming. We've been just talking about reselling. We talked a bit about sourcing. I've invited a whole bunch of people to come by, but only a few have taken me up on the offer. I've had a few that said that they were going to come by later in the day. I know there's a bunch of other auctions and live streams, and there's a bunch of people that haven't been working for the last few days, so they're getting back to work today. So maybe some people will come by this evening, and we can get a good discussion going on. Let's see. We've shown off some of the stuff that we found. See if I got anything else handy that I could show off. We have some thrifting stuff. We had tried our hand at selling some China and stuff, and the comps on it looked really good, and they just have a slow sell-through rate. I found some China plates. The comps on them were really good. We got the whole set for $5. And they were listed on eBay. And sold comps on eBay at the time when we bought them was $15 a plate. But I've been sitting on them for a year, and so far we've sold 2 of them, which isn't bad considering, $15 a plate. We've already more than doubled our money on it. But I still got 5 of them left, 6 of them left. It was a setting of 8, and we sold 2 of them. So still sitting on them. I got them sitting on the shelf over there. And like what I do with my stuff is most of my eBay stuff is stored over at my storage, but the highly breakable stuff, like our China sets, we have a shelf and stuff over here that we keep some of the stuff that we don't want to get lost or broken. That stuff stays stored right here at the house so that it's climate controlled, because our storage is not climate controlled. But that also allows us to, keep the breakables right here where we can control them a little bit more than being over at our storage. So I just have that old bookshelf that we just store that stuff on. And so I got a China pattern plate over there. I probably ought to relook up the comps. I may have them listed too high. So we more than made our money back. I may drop the prices on them and see if we can get them to sell. And that's don't save. I'm done with that. And no answers. Okay. Yay. So what is it that y'all look for if you've been reselling, if you're looking for stuff to do? What is it that you look for when you're sourcing? What is your favorite types of items to list and resell? Let me know. Share with me what it is that you look for when you're out sourcing. If you're out thrifting or if you're going to state sales, garage sales. My favorite is the collectibles. I love looking at the collectibles. I love finding that kind of stuff. And especially the oddities like the rhinoceros, those odd things like that you really can't find comps for. I love finding that kind of stuff, even though it's harder to sell it sometimes because you can't find good comps for them. I don't know as far as if they're worth it, but one of our followers sent me a picture of a screenshot of their Facebook marketplace in our local area where somebody had a rhinoceros that looks just like that one listed for $500. Now the comps on eBay weren't anywhere near that whenever I looked this one up, but they're still pretty good. I mean, the comps on this one are around $60 to $70 on eBay. I don't know why somebody would list it for 500. I don't know. Maybe theirs was something special that made it different. I don't know. Or maybe they just wildly inflated the price. There's a lot of people that don't have any clue how to research what they've got, and they think it's worth way more than it is. Sometimes we're spot on, and sometimes, I look at stuff and I kind of get an idea of what I can sell it for. But when I'm sourcing, that's one of the things I like to look at is those collectibles, the figurines, and I think some of them are just cute. I love this one, even though it's not maybe worth a whole lot and it doesn't have any markings. I look for stuff like this. I love stuff like this. I think it's gorgeous. It's just a little butterfly with a rose, beautifully detailed. It's got a monarch butterfly on it. I love looking for stuff like that whenever I'm sourcing. Even if they don't have high value, I just think they're cute, and I think a lot of people like that kind of stuff. So I look for that kind of stuff whenever I can find it. So what kind of stuff is it that you look for? And then there are certain brands I look for, like this one right here. I found this in a storage unit, and it's just a little espresso Starbucks. What was the year on this one? 2014 Starbucks. Three-ounce cup. I love the Starbucks stuff. It usually sells pretty well. Yeah, Conky, you love your toys, and especially I know you love your Hot Wheels because you love them Hot Wheels. I love the figurines and stuff. One, they're small, they're easy to ship, but sometimes they can have some value and sometimes they don't. But I love the small, easy to pack, easy to ship. And you don't have to have big, huge bundles of shipping supplies to be able to store it. It doesn't take a lot of room to store. It doesn't take a lot of time to ship. And they can ship pretty cheap because this right here, it like weighs less than a pound. So if I can get shipping less than a pound, it's usually the best way to ship stuff. And even small things, I know a lot of people, nobody would seem to be interested in it, but I thought this was cute. It's a little holiday Christmas box. You open it up and it says, because of friends like you. It says, Christmas shopping is bearable because of friends like you. I thought that was cute. Little Christmas ornament. And then we have toys like the trolls. Jesse loves this troll. He plays with it. He eats with it, literally. He thinks it's great for dipping in his sauce, in his ketchup, in his gravy. We found that in a storage unit, and then Jesse decided to play with it. And then, we got to be cool. So I got my light up shades. They flash. Found those in one of our units. They're cute. Not worth a whole lot, but they're cute. And then we get tons and tons of cords and cables. I never have to worry about chargers and cables anymore. I get so many of those crazy things. I've got piles and piles of them. I can't get rid of them. I've even tried listing them on Facebook Marketplace or eBay for nothing. I put them on a dollar bin when we do a yard sale, and that's about the only way I ever sell them. We donate a bunch of them, give them away. We give them to our nurses. We give them to other people. I still can't ever seem to get rid of them fast enough. So, anything else? What else do y'all look for? If I was to not be able to do storage units, and one of the things that I'm always looking at is what are the things that I like to do? I would probably do more thrifting or estate sales. I'm not a big fan of yard sales for sourcing and for finding stuff. I've been trying to do more yard sales. We found some good deals at yard sales, but that's kind of Jessica's domain more than mine. She loves doing the yard sales. She can go spend hours yard selling. And for me, I get bored within like 10 minutes of going to yard sales. I'm like, okay, let's get out of here. And but sometimes we do find toys, we find stuff like that. We got the big Nerf guns. We got 2 of them for $5, brand new in the box, and we wound up giving those to our nephews for Christmas. But we found 2 of them for $5 at a yard sale. And we found a whole bunch of that's where we get a lot of our costume jewelry that we sell. We get some out of our units, but I haven't found really, that's one of the things, I guess, with buying the low end units that I buy a lot of, we don't find that much jewelry and stuff, but we find jewelry at yard sales. We find them they're selling them by the bag for like $10, $5, $10 for bags and bags of costume jewelry. And then we take them and we piece them out and sell them at our auctions for $2 or $3 a piece, starting bids. And some of them go up $5, $10 for a single piece. And some of them sell for more than that. And some of them we list and sell on eBay. And some of them we just, I've done some in my mystery boxes. And, when we do a mystery box every once in a while, and when I do a mystery box, I try to customize it to the person that bought it. So I pay attention to what kind of stuff that those people bid on when they buy a mystery box, or whenever they win a mystery box in one of our giveaways. I try to kind of browse the other auctions and see what kind of stuff that those people buy and bid on and show interest in. And that's the kind of stuff I try to load up the mystery box with. So we try to customize those for people when we do them, but we don't do them very often. But, like I've done some. I did a mystery box a while back that was we had like a mini laptop in there, and we had, and it was all stuff. I had probably $200 worth of resellable stuff in that mystery box, and wound up giving it away. And that was cool. I enjoy doing those kind of giveaways. We do them every once in a while. We probably ought to do some more. Coming up, we're probably gonna do some more coming up eventually. There we go. Close that out. I don't know why I got there. Live. There it is. So, but yeah, we've been having a lot of fun. We've been growing. We are continuing to learn more about the reselling side of things. But honestly, I mean, my funnest part is doing the content and doing the YouTube stuff. That's why I do so many live streams. Even when we don't have a lot to film, because we're not doing a lot of sourcing. And I'm starting to do more as we're getting back into getting our death pile sorted. I'm starting to do some more filming of that as we sort out stuff, because we still have stuff. I mean, as we bought more units here in the last few months, we've been buying them and getting them moved out more. That's part of why we started buying smaller units too, because we can process them, get rid of them, getting rid of stuff straight out of the unit, and then just bringing back the stuff that we're going to sell, bringing stuff straight to auction. And that's working a lot better. And we're moving through stuff a lot faster, but we still have the big pile of stuff that we had bought before we started doing it that way, that we're still sorting. And some of it was, I mean, part of it was we got into a rush. We got into a rush to get out of some units. And so we just piled them all up into our storage, and then it got overwhelming, and we never got it all completely cleaned up and got sorted out. So now we're getting back to that sorting. And one of the things I'm working on is sorting out our big storage and getting the stuff that we're going to sell out and getting it listed, and then getting stuff to auction, but also getting stuff that we're going to donate, just get it donated and get it out of the way. We're taking at least 2 or 3 loads to the donation bins every week right now. And we're doing, we're trying to do another yard sale, but it's been kind of rough because having the time to do it and getting the space and getting everything into the one place. So, but we're trying to get stuff moved out the door and just make some room, because one of the things is we've got our own storage, and I don't know how many. I know a lot of people have to rent their own storage when they're buying storage units, and then they're renting their own storage. We're renting 2 storage units right now, and one of them is kind of my death pile, and the other one is kind of my sorting room. And we're trying to actually drill that down and get it down to just having 1 unit. And really downsizing to only having the 1 unit instead of 2 that we're working out of. And once I get down to just 1 unit and get that sorted and cleaned up and organized the way I wanted it to, and then I can get my room cleaned out, because I got the room that I'm in right now is just packed from front to back with stuff, and doing more to lay out so I can have a auction setup system and a layout system to make it a much smoother flow as we go into our auctions, put it to our shipping area, go straight to shipping, and do that. And trying to get that all set up, kind of have an idea of what I want, but it's just very slow going, getting it to that place and getting everything moved in the right direction to get it where we want it to be. But that's one of the things we're working on as we're sorting and organizing ourselves, and continuing to source new stuff as well as sorting out the old stuff. Because we're always looking, as we learn more now, we're looking for better stuff to bring to auction, and we're doing better at the sourcing. Like I know several people that come to our auctions now that are interested in DVDs and videos and that kind of stuff. So we're looking for that kind of stuff. And looking for, big purchases of that stuff. We just sold 700 DVDs across about 5-6 auctions. Sold about 700 DVDs, and some of them went to the same people, and that's great. But of course, not all of them. So we're going to continue looking for that kind of stuff because we know people are interested in it. And that's why we ask, what kind of stuff are you looking for? Because that's going to help us as we're sourcing to bring the kind of stuff that people are interested in to our auctions as we're looking for it and as we're sourcing. And I know some people are looking for clothes. We do try to bring clothes to the auctions, but it also depends on the styles and the sizes that we find. And, I try to bring, the nicer stuff that we find. In some units, the nicer stuff is better than the others. And it's kind of that's the downside of storage units. It's kind of a crapshoot. When you get it, you get what you get. And then we have to try to do the best we can with what we got. But, I wouldn't trade it. I love the treasure hunt. I love looking for those lost treasures, even though I don't find, thousands of dollars worth of treasures. I still find some pretty cool treasures. I find some cool stuff that does have some value. And, we found some stuff that we think was going to resell. Sometimes we do some retail arbitrage. We bought some stuff at clearance on our stores. We bought Hot Wheels, and some of y'all bought them. We had some Hot Wheels that we picked up at on clearance. We picked up a whole bunch out of storage units, and we bring them to auction and sell them off. And I don't know that much about the toys, and I don't know that much about the Hot Wheels. I just bring what we find to our sales and to our auctions, and let y'all decide whether or not you're interested in those or not. Because my only interest in them is passing them on to somebody else and keeping them out of a landfill. Beyond that, honestly, I have no interest in toys. But I love bringing that stuff to the auctions because I know a lot of people are interested in them. And sometimes we'll find them at garage sales, and we know that, if they don't sell, they're going to go to a landfill or they're going to go to a thrift store. So we might pick them up that way too. All right. The older, the better. Yeah. Trying to find the old vintage stuff. And we found some stuff. Sadly, and this is one of the things that frustrates me with some of these units. And I don't know if y'all have ever experienced this, Conky. Sometimes some of these units, at least that I get into them. Like we had this unit that we bought just 2 months ago. And it had a whole bunch of Christmas stuff. And so we started digging into the Christmas stuff. And all of the Dollar General and Dollar Tree and Walmart ornaments and Christmas stuff was neatly packed, neatly wrapped, well protected. And then all of the Hummels and the Hallmarks and the nice and the older ones, all the really good quality stuff that they had was just thrown into a box and half of it was broken. And that stuff frustrates me. It's like, why do you take the nicest stuff you have and just throw it into a box and it gets broken? And then you take the cheapest stuff that you have and you neatly pack it, you neatly wrap it, you take good care of that stuff, and you treat it like it's valuable. But then you throw the valuable stuff you have and just throw it in a box and it gets broken. That frustrates me with how they pack some of this stuff in these storage units. But that's one of the things that we found. And not everything is that way. Sometimes it's the valuable stuff is neatly packed away. But I had this one unit that we just went through that all the stuff that was neatly wrapped and packed was all the cheapest stuff that they had. And all the valuable stuff that they had, the nicest stuff that they had was all just thrown into boxes, and 3/4 of it was broken because it was just thrown into a box and they weren't packed right. But I know they knew how to pack because they packed all the cheap stuff right. And I don't know, maybe it was just they were in a hurry by the time they got to that stuff. I don't know how it was. I don't know what they went through. But that frustrated us because it was like this, all the stuff that had any resale value was broken. And all the stuff that was, yeah, that might have been, it might have been somebody else's stuff. But obviously they didn't care about it as much as they cared about their stuff, their cheap Dollar Tree stuff. Because we found collectible Hallmarks, and some of that stuff I looked them up and it made me sick. As I was looking up the comps, I had to stop because as I was looking up the comps of some of these broken pieces we found, it just got me so frustrated because I was like, yeah, this is old, but this is the stuff that has value. And then I was looking at the other stuff that they had, and some of it was nice. But a bunch of it was it was the stuff you get at Dollar Tree. It was the stuff you can get at Dollar General store. And I know it was Dollar General because it has the Dollar General price tag still on it. And I don't know. It was frustrating for me to see that. The way they cared for their cheap stuff and not the valuables. And it might be right. It might have been that was stuff that they inherited, so they didn't care as much about it. They didn't have anything invested in it. It didn't have the emotional investment. But that's one of the things that we found. What is it? If you're doing a storage unit, Conky, or anybody else that's sourcing, what is it that you find the most frustrating when you find? Yeah, with toys. In fact, I was talking about that earlier. I've actually bought broken toys to piece them out and repart and pieces of toys. Things like, like the little accoutrements, the clothes off of the toys. I've found them and especially I find these in garage sales and at thrift stores every once in a while, where you find like the guns or the little accessories that come with the toys, but not the actual toys themselves. And sometimes I'll pick those up because sometimes those accessories, people are looking for that specific accessory to fill out their collection, because maybe they had the piece but they lost the accessories, or maybe they picked up the piece but it didn't have the accessories with it. But sometimes it's hard to match those accessories because they're not always well marked as to what they go with. But if you can figure out what they go with, sometimes those can be resellable. The toys that go on them, especially with your action figures and stuff. We've actually done some stuff where we've bought some of that stuff to list and sell them as their own. You hate finding the drugs. Yeah, I hate finding that kind of stuff too. I hate finding drugs. And luckily, I have not yet had a find like, I don't know if y'all saw Grimes' last videos. I haven't had any finds like that, thank God. But I like the way he handled it. I told you I was going for 12 hours. You got the link if you want to come by. Oh, yeah, I saw your video on that, Conky. Or you were talking about it. Was it one of your videos, or you were talking about it at your live stream? I remember you were talking about that. But, we found the adult stuff, which I usually get rid of that stuff real quick so that Jessica doesn't see it because it'll freak her out. Which I then find out after I've thrown a bunch of that kind of stuff away that people actually buy it used. I think that's disgusting, but some people sell it. I've actually had people asking me if I'm going to sell any at my auctions, and I say, no, we don't sell that kind of stuff. You got to find your own integrity, and you got to find your own way of doing business. Yeah, I think you were talking about it on your last live stream, because I remember you talking about it. But yeah, I mean, we're looking out for some of those kind of toys and stuff. I know, right? That is disgusting. A lot of people do. And there's a lot of things that follow into those adult categories that, a lot of people don't think about. It's not just adult toys, but there's sometimes, training materials and that kind of stuff that falls under those categories as far as like listing them on eBay and stuff. But we don't sell any of that kind of stuff personally. It's rare that I even find it, but every once in a while we do. Gag gifts. If I don't know if y'all know Amber Crochet. One of her favorite things to make, and they're very, very popular evidently at this time of year, is her pot handle covers. I give her a hard time about it all the time, but they're shaped in the form of a male appendage. And she said it's one of her hottest sellers around Christmas time because people use them as gag gifts. And she crochets them. She gets people buying them by the dozen. But yeah, I never sold them. I never give those things away either. I just trash them, usually before Jessica gets a chance to see them. Because Jessica would freak out over it. And I don't know why people want to buy that stuff used. Ooh. Yeah. That'd get me crazy. But I guess to each and every one their own. I would clean and sanitize it first. But yeah, look, Amber's got those pot handle covers. She sells a lot of those this time of year. She's even sold some at the auctions. Really, really popular. So, you know, frustrating things that we find those food. And I'm not just talking about, like, you know, I found canned food that was still good, and we actually donate that stuff. Usually when we find canned foods and packaged dried foods and stuff like that, if it's not out of date, we'll actually take that stuff and take it to one of the homeless shelters and donate it. But we found, like, we had one unit, we found milk and eggs and, you know, your refrigeratable food, and this was not a climate controlled storage unit. And that was, you know, quite frankly, disgusting. And I was like, who the hell puts their groceries in a storage unit? Where is the boss right now? She is in the other room with the kids because the no nurse. Hello, Danica. Hope you're having a fantastic day. I sent you the link if you want to jump in. But yeah, she's in the room with the kids. She's got Emily and Jesse right now. She's been coming and trading out with me, giving me a bathroom break every once in a while. It was her. This whole thing was her idea, y'all. So if y'all think it's crazy that I'm going on for 12 hours here and rambling on, this was all Jessica's idea. She thought it was a good idea. Of course, at the time, it was going to be both of us because we were supposed to have somebody else was going to have Jesse, and we were supposed to have a nurse to have Emily all day, and then both of those fell through at the last minute. So, wound up not going according to plan. But we still decided we were going to go ahead with it and have a good chat, have a good time. Jesse was actually in here in my lap just a few minutes ago, a little while ago. He came in for a few minutes after he had lunch, but he decided he wanted to get into everything on my desk and start playing with things that he shouldn't be playing with. But so since Danica just came in, what is your favorite frustrating moment? Danica, share with us. What is your most favorite frustrating moment in storage units or in sourcing? We were talking about it, like I was telling them one of my most frustrating things is one, finding food, refrigeratable food in a storage unit. I don't get that. Decorated for Christmas, just took a nap. Sweet. I got a fresh pot of coffee brewing actually in the other room right now. I'm going to have to go get some here in a few minutes. That's cool. So, and then I was telling them that one of my frustrations was finding collectible Christmas ornaments and collectible stuff just thrown into a box and all the cheap stuff neatly wrapped and packed in the same unit. So those are two of my biggest frustrations, is just finding that food. That was nasty. That was just flat out nasty. And that unit was infested with cockroaches. It was a nasty unit. One of being a fairly profitable unit once I got rid of all the bugs, but it was nasty. And that was part of why we have our own separate storage and why we don't bring stuff out of storage into the house. Because you never know what you're going to find in these units, including bugs, especially if it's not a climate controlled unit. So, you know, that's part of why we have a separate storage and everything goes straight to that storage. It does not come in the house until after we made sure it's clear and clean. And we do more to sort the unit and sort the stuff out right there in the unit rather than bringing it all home to sort it. Those are some of the big lessons that we've learned through doing these units is, you know, we sort as much of it as we possibly can there. We get the junk out. We get rid of the trash right off the bat without bringing it home and sitting on it. Yeah, well, you also have to remember a large percentage of the people that we get these units from are not the best decision makers. I mean, if you think about it, if they were making smart decisions, they probably would have never lost their storage unit in the first place. So the decisions that they make don't make sense because they're not making intelligent decisions that behoove them and that are in their best interest. I mean, look at some of these storage units. You got to remember, you know, they might be 3 months behind, 3 to 6 months behind on a storage unit. So if you figure if they were, say, paying $100 a month for a storage unit, let's just say on average, because the math's easy at $100, and they were 3 months behind on that unit before it went up for auction, that means that they owed $300, maybe a few extra fees here and there, but roughly around $300. And I buy those storage unit and I can turn around and sell that storage unit for close to $1,000. So, you know, if they sold just a few items out of their storage unit, they could have paid their storage unit bill. But instead they lost everything because they weren't willing to let go of just a few things. And now, of course, most of them don't have the mindset of a reseller, and I get that. Some of them may not have any clue how to resell stuff, and I get that. But the fact is that there's opportunities there for them to save their unit and to save their stuff. But instead of letting go of a little bit of their stuff, they lost it all. Not ever finding a unit within. Yeah, I haven't found one with that big, huge treasure chest either. Boxes. You know what the most frustrating unit I ever bought, I paid $300 for it, and it was beautifully packed. Perfectly packed. I mean, it was a model storage unit, stacked up neatly. Everything was in totes, and the main reason I bought it was I wanted the totes because the totes were in really good shape, nicely packed up. And you know what was in the totes? About 90% of the unit was junk mail. And I'm like, why did you neatly pack up all of your junk mail into the storage unit? Because usually if I find something like that, it's all just thrown in there. No, this was boxes and boxes and boxes of junk mail, neatly packed, neatly stacked, totes and totes and totes of junk mail. And I found a few totes at the very bottom, at the very back. There was some clothes in there. There was some kitchen stuff. We wound up almost breaking even on the unit. We paid $300 for the unit, and we wound up pretty much breaking even on the unit. So we did find some decent stuff to sell, but literally 90% of the unit was junk mail. Yeah. A lot of the units that we get, they come out of jail. They've been in jail. You know, there's three main causes of most of the storage units that we buy. And probably, I would say about 80 to 90% of the units that we buy come out of these three categories. They're either incarcerated, they're deceased, or they're divorced. Those are the three biggest reasons why people are losing their units: incarceration, deceased, or divorced. Not always, but usually those three, one of those three is in there. For, I would say, 80 to 90% of the units we've bought. You're on unit number 27. Wow. That's a lot of units. Yeah. Cold hard cash. Cash money in the units. They had cash money in their units. They could have paid for their unit with the money that was in the unit. And then they didn't pay their bill. What the hell? I know exactly what you mean, Conky. Now, I haven't found that much cash in one unit. I think the most cash we ever found in one unit, and this was putting all the change and everything together, was about $80. But that $80 paid what we paid for the unit. And we found thousands of dollars worth of stuff in that unit. Because there was electronics, there was personal stuff. I mean, there was hundreds of dollars worth of stuff in just every box. Almost every box was hundreds of dollars worth of stuff. And it was just like, why couldn't they just sell some of this stuff and pay their damn bill? Files from 1998. No, actually, the person is not a male person. They actually worked for the metro system. They were a city bus driver. I found a lot of foreign coins. I have found $80 in cash was the most cash, but I found lots of money on gift cards. And that's another thing, y'all. If y'all are doing storage units, you've got to check the gift cards. We had one unit, we found like $150 worth of gift cards in that unit. In fact, the one where we paid $300 for, that was how we made part of our money back. We found like, I don't know, like $120 in that one, just in gift cards alone. That was part of how we got some of our money back. Because there were gift cards in some of the junk mail. Because it wasn't just all junk mail, it was just mail. And some of it was, there was cards in there that had never been opened, like birthday cards, Christmas cards that had never been opened and had gift cards in them. Found $100 bill in a Bible. Yep, always check the Bibles. You find money in the Bibles. You also find drugs in the Bibles. Nice. Yeah. Always look in the Bibles. I get lots of Bibles. I have a whole box of just Bibles that we've picked up out of storage units. Some of them are like the giveaway Bibles, like the ones that they give out to the homeless people. Some of them are like the Gideon Bibles that you get out of hotel rooms. So I'm sure they were probably staying a night in a hotel. Because I also find hotel key cards all the time too. Yep. Cards, birthday cards, gift cards. We find a lot of those in storage units. And not always, cheap places either. Sometimes we love Chick-fil-A. We found a whole bunch of Chick-fil-A gift cards one time. Those didn't last long. McDonald's gift cards we find all the time. Walmart gift cards. And sometimes, you might find, we found one box that was just all these gift cards and they had like 20 cents, 30 cents, 40 cents. But then like some of those gift cards, you can also reload them. And sometimes you can like take them in. Some stores, if you have a whole bunch of them that have just like a few cents, you can take them into the store and they'll combine it all into one gift card. So if you have a whole bunch from one store, you might contact that store and say, hey, I have all these gift cards from your store. Can we combine them all into one gift card? So sometimes you can do that. Some stores will, some stores won't. I think Walmart does that. I think Target will do that. So sometimes if you get a whole bunch of them from one place, but we found Cato Women's Clothing Store. We found like $150 gift card to Cato Women's clothing in one of our storage units. We found Belk, like a $75 Belk gift card. So, and these are stores I never shop at, but we got a gift card to go there. So yeah, guess what? We're gonna go shop there. Starbucks. I don't like Starbucks, but I find Starbucks gift cards all the time. Starbucks big around here. We find Starbucks gift cards, and sometimes they got like $2 or $3 on them. Sometimes they got like $50 on them. I'm not a Starbucks fan, but I'll drink Starbucks if it's free. So yeah, that's one of the crazy things. That's one of the ways we make money on these units, though. It's not just cash money. It's not just reselling stuff. And also, one of the things we always talk about is sometimes it's money saved as money earned. We keep stuff out of these units. All of our silverware, almost all the silverware in our house came out of storage units because most of our silverware has disappeared. Having a toddler that likes to throw everything in the trash and likes to hide everything, all of our stuff disappears. But we keep silverware out of storage units when our silverware starts disappearing and running low. So, and we've even supplied family members of stuff out of storage units. And, we like a lot of my kitchen stuff. We just did Thanksgiving dinner, and all the foil I used for Thanksgiving dinner for cooking my brisket, cooking my turkey, all the pans, covering all the pans, all the foil we used came out of storage units. And then also some things, if they're closed and sealed, I don't keep them if they're open, but if they're closed and sealed, we'll keep things like spices. And I found a whole bunch of spices. I've got a whole bunch of spices in my spice shelf. Dishes, we have a whole KitchenAid pot and pan set. I love the KitchenAid stuff. Got a KitchenAid mixer. Got a KitchenAid pot and pan set. Colander set. Got all that out of a storage unit. Pyrex pots and pans. Pyrex pie pans. Not the fancy, not the vintage ones, not the really super expensive ones, but there's some nice Pyrex pans that we use. And we sell some of them and we keep some of them. I got a whole set of Pyrex loaf pans on our eBay store right now because we kept the ones that we wanted and we're selling the rest of them. Yeah, and gifts. Almost all of our Christmas presents last year came out of storage units. Almost all of our Christmas presents we're giving away this year, probably about 80% of the Christmas presents we're giving away this year came out of storage units. Birthday presents. We find stuff that we know somebody would like, and sometimes we put it aside. Yeah, we went for a long time without buying garbage bags. We actually finally had to buy some just like a couple of months ago. Stuff we keep. I showed this earlier, but for those of y'all that came in late, we're still working on it. Look at that. Barely even used that much out of this one. We got another one just like that that's still sealed. We hadn't even cracked it open yet. We have a bunch of the little 1 ounce ones. We got all that out of one storage unit. All of that hand sanitizer, one storage unit. And we still find some more. I have some more that we found in a storage unit just the other day. Some of the little 1 ounce bottles. During this tough time, we thought it was funny. We thought it was a big joke. We remember making jokes about it when we found it. And then the pandemic happened earlier this year. And we still had all this stuff on hand. And we said, hey, we don't need to worry about hand sanitizer because we got plenty. And that's just one of the bottles. We found like 3 bottles. We've already used one. This is what we're using now. We got another whole bottle that's still sealed. We haven't even started yet. Plus, we've got a whole bunch of the little ones. We use it because our nurses use it all the time to sterilize and to keep their hands clean when they're working with Emily. So we use a lot of hand sanitizer. We get the little 1 ounce bottles and we can refill them. So yeah, it's been really nice having all that sanitizer, especially with everything going on this year. We haven't had to buy any sanitizer, especially when everything was in shortages. Toilet paper. I was looking at units just a couple of months ago, and I was finding they're starting to show up in the units, the big, huge jumbo packs of Charmin toilet paper. There was like 7 big, huge jumbo packs in a storage unit a couple of months ago that I was big. There was other stuff in there too. But people are starting to try to get rid of the stockpiles of toilet paper, and they can't sell it on eBay. They can't sell it on Mercari, so they're throwing it in their storage units and letting it go. And I don't know about y'all, but around here, they're starting to hoard toilet paper again. The toilet paper is becoming scarce. So if you find any storage unit toilet paper, get it. It might be worth spending a few bucks on. But we always keep the toilet paper. We always keep the dishes that are nice. If they're nice dishes, we'll keep them. If they're not, we'll donate them. And then also think about, other than donating just to Goodwill, I know a lot of people just donate stuff straight to Goodwill, but like we, because of Emily, we're regulars with Ronald McDonald House. We stay regularly at the Ronald McDonald House. And sometimes some of the kitchen stuff, like foil and plastic wrap and baggies, disposable plates and boxes, stuff like that. We donate a bunch of that kind of stuff to Ronald McDonald House. And you can go to Ronald McDonald House's website, ronaldmcdonaldhouse.com, I think, or .org. And they actually have a wish list page that shows, and you can look it up by your local area, and you can see what items they're looking for their Ronald McDonald House patrons, and you can donate those kind of items to them. And that's a group that we support them a lot because of Emily, because we're regular visitors to both the Ronald McDonald House here in Austin, because we're just outside of the distance. So when Emily's in the hospital in Austin, we stay at the house, which is right next door to the hospital. And when we're in Dallas, we stay a lot of times at the Ronald McDonald House up there. So we do a lot of donations to them to help give back for the support they've given us over the years. And, they are always needing stuff, and they're always looking for, sometimes food for the families. And especially like right now, they're not having guests come in and make food for the families. So they're having to get a lot of food to help feed the families that are staying there. And they're having to do other things, and they're having to change kind of their model of doing things in order to protect the families that are staying there and keep them from being sick, but also keeping them from having to get out any more than they have to. And so that they can focus on what they're there for. But we love the people at Ronald McDonald House. We've gotten to be good friends with them. We've got some really great connections with that organization. We love them, and we try to give stuff back to them that we find in the storage units when we see that they need stuff that we have on hand, and try to do things to support the families that are there. Women's shelters is a great place to donate stuff to. That's absolutely right, Trish. They always need supplies. They're not picky about the stuff that you give them. Clothing, if you have women's clothing, they will take that kind of stuff. Food, dishes, any of that kind of stuff. Instead of just throwing it away, instead of just donating it to Goodwill, where it's probably going to wind up in the trash anyway because nobody's going to buy it, maybe find some other sources that we can give that stuff to still keep it out of the landfill, get it into the people that really appreciate it and really need it. Homeless shelters, we give a lot of our blankets and winter clothing, especially blankets, that kind of stuff. Because our Goodwill, I don't know about y'all's, but our Goodwill won't take sleeping bags. They'll take the sheets and blankets if they're in really good shape, but even some of the tattered blankets and stuff, the homeless shelter will still take them. Again, clothes, not necessarily dress clothes, but the t-shirts, pants, shorts, stuff like that. Especially like when we get the Walmart brand stuff, the stuff that's lower end that we know there's not going to be any resale value to, but we don't want to just throw it away. We donate a bunch of that stuff to the homeless shelters. Toys and books, and again, they're not as picky on condition as resellers are. They'll take pretty much whatever they can get. So they appreciate any of that kind of stuff. Stuffed animals. I know a lot of people do plush. There's a lot of plush that just doesn't have hardly any resale value. We donate some of that stuff to the shelters as well. Take some of those $1 or $2 plushes that nobody wants really for resale, and donate them to give to the kids.